Testing. Hello. Can hear? Can hear? Wait, wait. Can hear? Wait.
and gentlemen, esteemed speakers and audience, welcome to Stories from the Data Scientist. I'm Tech Verify Investor Club. It's an honor to stand before you today as the director as we navigate the landscape of technology. I will be sharing you the essence of our transition and what you can expect as you study of intelligence. Firstly, let's acknowledge the individual phase of change. Technology is not just evolving, revolutionizing every aspect of our lives, from AI to blockchain, from augmented reality to cloud computing. The possibilities are boundless. Following these rapid evolutions, one thing remains constant: the need for talent. Each one of you sitting here represent a potential solution to tomorrow's challenges. Your skills, your ideas, your patience. They are the building blocks of the Secondly, that's not the you feel where the unprecedented stage is the ability to learn, and that's important. Embrace curiosity, and never try to control. It's possible to grow, opportunity, and next, the address importance of collaboration. No great innovation. And this perspective, collaboration. So, collaborate and variation. Your day to celebrate tomorrow. In conclusion, is evidence with the mindset verifying done. Remember, embrace change, adaptable, and prioritize celebration. Reach out to what and best of luck for using it. Thank you, Ms. Ladies. Speech. Please go ahead and read. Now, without further ado, let's invite our moderator of the day, Mr. Sanjeevan Balajawantham, up on the stage.
You guys can sit accordingly. Anyway,
You can use this mic. Oh, nice. Hello. Testing 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
The floor is yours for the
hello, testing 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3. Can you guys hear me? 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I think that's for the technical.
Yep. 1, 2.
Hello, testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay.
1, 2, 1, 1, 1. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2,
I think
1.
I can proceed.
1, 2, 3.
I think maybe that's for technically the technical area specifically, but the mic, I think I'm going to hear you really.
Oh,
Technical as in the live streaming.
okay.
I think should be fine. I want to use that. So you put okay. So hello guys. Sorry for the technical difficulties. All right, thank you so much to the MC Shen. And hello everyone. My name is Sanjeevan Baljawaha. You guys can call me Sanji, and I'll be your moderator for today. And together with us, we have an esteemed amount of powerhouses together. And the title that we'll be covering for today will be Spill the Tea: Stories from Data Science Frontiers. And before we get into our forum session, let me introduce you guys the powerhouses or the panelists that we have for today. So let's start off with Mr. George Wong Sin Hong, who's currently a data scientist at Dental SE with experience working at AirAsia, Subtle, and Money Lion. He for sure has a lot of stories to tell, especially in the aspect of data science. So please give a thunderous applause for Mr. George. So next on, we have a youngster on our panelist today. We have the co-founder and current chief technical officer of Clef AI, which is a generative AI startup. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Muhammad Fatih Rashad. Next, together with us is also Dr. Maizin Lee, who is an AI research fellow from Action Lab, Monash University. She holds a PhD in natural language processing. Audience of applause, please give a thunderous applause for Dr. Mazin Lee. And last but not least, we also have Mr. Benjamin Chong Swan Chi with us, who is currently a lead data scientist at Actuarial Sendirian Berhad. And with over 7 years of experience in banking, consumer packaged goods, as well as sport analytics, please welcome Mr. Benjamin Chang. So before we go into the forum session, let me tell you guys that it is such an incredible honor for me to be moderating the session. And yeah, let's not just waste any more time. Let's dive straight into the discussion for today, because I'm pretty sure that all the students, the audience that we have for today are really waiting for your esteemed, valuable insights. So, Mr. George, let's get the ball rolling with Mr. George, shall we?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Mr. George, the first question that we have prepared for you for today is, could you share for us any specific projects that you have worked in the past, or any use cases from your experience in the dental SE so far? And where this is specifically towards data science that you've worked on, and also AI related concepts that you use to solve real world problems.
Right. I hope you guys can hear me again. Hey, thanks. Right. I've worked on AI related problem all my career. Yeah, but I think the most interesting one would be the one that I'm working on right now.
Yep.
So we deal with computer vision right now.
Yep.
And just finding stuff in X-ray. And I just find it very interesting because it's the first time that I work on stuff that could influence people's life.
Yep.
I can't be specific on what it is, but what you find in the X-ray would determine whether someone would get a root canal treatment or not. So it's very, very critical, and I find that it's novel in a sense. Yeah. So that's I guess the aspect of data science would be the computer vision part, where you have to find that thing in the tooth. Yeah.
Understood.
Yeah.
Right. I think we can hold on. I think I can just like this.
Okay.
You guys can hear me, right? Yeah. Okay. So, all right. Thank you so much for your incredible, valuable output, Mr. George. So, let's just move on to our Mr. Fatih, who is also our TikTok star in the making. So, for those who don't know, Mr. Fatih is also a TikToker, and his username goes by Rashad Venture. So yeah, and Mr. Fatih is the CTO of Clef AI, which is a generative AI startup. And the question that I am asking towards Mr. Fatih is that, as the CTO of Clef AI, an innovative startup transforming educational content through AI, could you share to us how your company is actually leveraging generative AI and to enhance your content creation and management? Because as far as when I went through your website, I did some background research. I saw that it's some impressive work that you guys are doing. And what are the unique challenges that you have faced so far, right, with Clef AI? And like, how do you think that these solutions will be important in transitioning the whole AI industry as a whole? Yeah.
Okay, so in my actually we call it Click.
Yeah, sorry.
So basically, you are actually use your AI API. There's no much use in training my PowerPoint custom data right now. We are still mostly creating data from your profile and from the users. So what we do is that we focus more on creating the integration with social media, like scraping your LinkedIn profile, importing your post writing, Instagram as well.
Yeah.
And what we currently have right now is that OpenAI and plus RAG on all your previous experience, your writings, and also some changing of word probabilities. Because if you use OpenAI, they are very common words like delta, embark, and we do some like analysis of common words and then reduce the probabilities of that words, and also try to increase the probabilities of the words that the owner use in their past writing. And yeah, I think that's currently what we have now, but in the future we plan to grow the memory systems and also the maybe fine tuning, but not sure how effective it will be.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Yeah, and I think the main challenge right now is how to make sure it's reliable in the production systems. Like what if there's a the views from the actors, topic of the image or yeah. So I think it's eventually about.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Fatih. So could you explain a little bit about Clef? Is it Clef?
Yeah.
Clef AI to our audience, because I did some background research, but I'm not sure whether our whole audience actually knows what Clef AI actually does. So could you give a brief background check to our audience about Clef AI?
Okay. So basically, it's like second brain functions. As it's more generalized for any domain. We want to focus on content creations. Like so, we really everyone has something feature. And but some people doesn't know how to write or doesn't know how to explain their thoughts. We want converting these thoughts into like engaging content that Instagram they don't have to worry about. And the main difference between us and all of the others, there are tools and other writing tools tend to be transactional. But just wait and then they will generate everything for you. But instead we want to extract the stories from you. Like, we will gather all the data about you and then try to ask equations and extract the stories and then convert these stories. Personal content about your experience, stories, and your perspective. So yeah, I think that's just really the digital creation.
Yep. All right. Thank you so much for that, Mr. Fatih. I think it goes without saying that AI is really revolutionizing everything that we do. And who knows, maybe Cliff AI is maybe the next thing that is going to explode in the future. So good luck with that, Mr. Fatih. So now let's move on our attention to Dr. Maizin Lee, our passionate AI researcher. So Doctor, as a researcher, could you share some of the most impactful projects that you have worked in the past that is related to AI or even data science? And maybe before that, could you tell us a little bit about your background for our audience as well?
Oh. Hi. Let's start with the background. Hopefully, this can give you a little bit of motivation and to basically just encourage you. Some of you are going to go into your job market soon, so I hope that my story actually encourage you. My background is I actually finished my degree there and gone to masters there. I worked in the oil and gas industry for 10 years, doing things that are non-technical and all. I was a business analyst, so basically I do a lot of project management work, which is non-technical at all. So what get me back into the tech industry is basically I was laid off. I was laid off. I don't know other choice. So at that crossroad, I was thinking to myself, what do I want to do? I even though I had a degree in computer science, I was technical, but for 10 years I literally did not touch programming at all. So at that point in time, it was a major decision. So I just decided to just dive into the deep end and do a PhD, technical PhD. So I just want to encourage all of you that but some of you may not be technical, some of you may be just computer science first year, second year, you think that you don't know a lot, but it's fine because as long as you put in your effort, you can actually jump into the deep end of the tech path. Okay, so I hope that my experience can encourage you. So it's technology is for everyone. Okay, as long as you're willing to learn, as long as you're willing to practice, it's for the second question is, what are the examples of projects, meaningful projects I've done? So currently in Action Lab, we actually partner with a lot of different schools. We partner with School of Medicine, we partner with School of Psychology, we partner with School of Business. So the projects that we do are actually it's not commercial product, but basically these are some of the NGO products that we hope to reach the general public. So one example is that currently I'm working on this telephone system that allows people without internet connection join whatever it is. It can be a class, it can be anything. But as long as because some rural areas they don't have internet connection, so we partner with the Red Cross in Indonesia, we partner with Red Cross in Bangladesh to reach out to these people through a telephone system. So what I do is I process the audio. So it could be like women's health talk, they talk about, it could be breastfeeding, it could be anything related to women's health. So I process the audio data. So we process the data, we find insights, and we report it back to Red Cross to let them know that, okay, these are the concerns that the community have and so on. So in the form of, yeah, so to me, it's quite impactful because it's really, you can see the tangible results in the community and so on. But of course, what I'm doing is not commercialization. We don't make money for it. So it's basically purely research and purely engaging with some of the NGOs.
Right. Thank you so much for that, Dr. Mazin, and a truly remarkable person who's worked on really high impactful project. And so, how do you say it? Like voluntary, is it? I would say so. So yeah, thank you so much. And now I will be moving on into Mr. Benjamin, who is the lead data scientist at AccuYield Sdn Bhd. Mr. Benjamin, from your profile, we've noticed that you have worked as a data scientist in many different industries, like KPMG, which is a top big four consulting firm, RHP, which is a banking industry, and also British American Tobacco, and now in AccuYield Sdn Bhd. So, for you, in your personal opinion, which industry was the most interesting for you? And was there any projects in any of those sectors that you worked in that truly left a mark on you?
Interesting. I guess like it really doesn't matter in which industry you're in. I guess you find really interesting AI. Of course, like first in the industry, there are different types of data. And for example, like banking or finance industry, you're most likely to be trying to build marketing time, how you could sell products, like banking products, cards, now in the old era, so how to like then of course from banking we have probably actually very hot topic because we have so many and ways of like transferring money that wise and the money was the place. It was very tough to be able to track down or clamp down on this crime for the transaction. So that is like those are the activities important most then jump to the application. So all about trying to get your customers more loyal, more engaged, and prevent like customer churn. So going on to another telco. And then you have to skills like that's to understand the customer behavior based on data that you have, data that you need. There's a lot of data. Basically, about you, and there's a lot of opportunities and some better. And how can you keep like more meaningful and change the offers that more relevant? So then the current industry that you are trying to advise clients what's more specific. So with the football fan, we're trying to do it to predict that if there are games that those like the EPL, how we look at sports. So it's very different. It's also present sales skills. But I guess try to be like open and then that's what he's doing.
Yep. Okay. Thank you so much for that, Mr. Benjamin. So I think that gives a valuable insight onto how data scientist roles actually works differently according to every industry, right? So it differs. It's not same everywhere you go. So yeah, hopefully our students know that, and before you apply, you already make your background research before approaching into any company. Yeah. So right. So moving on into the next question. So this question is directed towards everyone of the panelists. Now, with the recent emergence of ChatGPT 4.0 as well, I think it's very clear to say that everything that's going on in the industry of AI, there's no sign of slowing down, isn't it? So I want to ask, do you think it's safe that do you think it's possible for the students to actually approach into the AI industry even more? And with the increasing number of data science and AI graduates, do you think there are any talent gaps in the industry as of now? So let's start off with Mr. George.
Right. Can you explain how it could be related to the LLM trend that you talked about earlier? Like how?
Not necessarily.
Not
just
necessarily.
Just any talent gap there.
Right. I think the main, if specifically on talent gap, I think what I see in most students now it's actually improving, which is on MLOps side. What it means is able to build models and deploy them into production. So building models end to end, putting it into production. So that knowledge, I think 1 year, 2 year back, not many students actually have it. But I think nowadays it's slowly closing the gap. The students that join that I see are actually able to build their model and deploy it to production. So that's great. I guess you can say that it's already closing the gap, but not perfect yet.
Perfect. Yeah. Okay, understood. How about Mr. Fatih?
Yeah, actually, I agree that now AI is more advanced. Everyone uses AI as to be in the custom. So yeah, I think entering the MLOps, right? Deploy the AI models and how to apply AI services available to the regular goals. And sometimes we work in corporate. I did when I was graduate, actually what I did was there was no job, AI jobs in Malaysia. So what I did was I started freelancing. I very long people suddenly start paying me to the AI jobs and more of that kind of stuff. So most of my class actually are now from me that something I do. So we artistic for to generate video with a fashion designer. So we want to help to design fashion and game companies game design. So there are a lot of like industries that you can approach actually like and then apply AI these AI tools and not only just like applying to AI companies or like tech companies. So this like one way you can find a job or side hustles. Yeah, I think that's for me.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fatih. And how about Doctor?
Your question is about talent gap, is it?
Yeah.
Okay, I will leave the question to maybe the hiring managers to say whether there's a talent gap or not. But for me, I think for me, as a person that is in AI, I find that the biggest challenge, whether you're in research or whether you apply it, is that things are moving so quickly that you find it so hard to just catch up. You just basically just spend all your time catching up than anything else. So and this is not a Malaysia specific problem, right? It's a global problem. Whether you're in America also, you face the same problem. Everybody is basically trying to catch up. So I think personally, and as someone who is seeking employment, I think the main thing is that you really need to learn how to learn on your own. Okay, if you want to depend on university classroom to teach you, there is only this much they can teach you, because the thing moves so fast. They could teach you until A to Z. Then after that, somebody would come up with Z1, Z2, Z3, and so on. So one key skill that you really need to have is continuous learning. You really need to teach yourself how to learn. Okay, that is a skill that you help you to stay evergreen in this ever-changing industry. So yeah.
Thank you for that, Mr. Doctor. And how about Mr. Benjamin?
Yeah, so like there's a lot of trends like in data science, ML, AI, and also like partly like what Mr. Rashad said, there's democratization of AI, making it much easier to be accessible to everyone. So people if don't have the technical skills or they don't need to like study a degree for it, they're able to use AI. So it's open to everyone, and that opens up a lot of opportunities. Of course, like there's also a lot of people wanting to get into AI, studying AI, graduating. So is it too many people like into the market right now and things like that? Is it a concern? But I guess it's not a big concern because there's always opportunities that will pop up. When a new technology has been invented or introduced, there's always new job opportunities, different roles that's required for the job. So this like a year ago, when ChatGPT wasn't released, we don't have like prompt engineering as a skill set. Even now we have prompt engineering and how to even optimize LLMs as a skill set. So there's always be something that you can add or learn from, like no matter how fast the technology comes at you. So, but from the hiring side, let's say like from point like when you want to get a hire to a company or a job, typically like what is important is the fundamental skills what I'm looking at. So you don't have to know LLMs like at a snap of a finger, but as long as you know the core of LLMs, like how they work, how to improve them, things like this, and it's actually good enough for me. And knowing where to find the resources to learn from it. Yeah. So this kind of skills. So you don't necessarily need to know every single algorithm out there. There's so many algorithms. Like I need to catch up as well. Different techniques of trying to predict, lots of predictions. But I guess the fundamentals is really critical there. So as long as you are able to know the fundamentals and also apply some thinking about it. So critical thinking is another very important skill in the face of like generative AI, because you could easily prompt and get an answer right away without much research, I think. Right? But it does involve but do you really learn from that response from ChatGPT, or is this going to copy and paste? Yeah, so I guess like ChatGPT can be a really good assistant for you. You supercharge, you improve your duration it takes to learn, pick up a skill or learn something. So I guess in the future or even right now, like definitely like AI is going to be part of everyday life, and it's up to us to adapt and use skills.
Yeah. Thank you so much for that, Mr. Benjamin. I think it's clear that we've addressed the talent gap and how AI is actually shaping it and actually helping out to closing down the talent gap, I would say. And it just depends on us whether we are ever evolving to the recent advancements in AI as well. So it's always a tool rather than an assistance or something like that. So yeah, thank you so much. And now we'll be moving on to the next question, which will be directed towards Mr. Benjamin. So, Mr. Benjamin, from your profile, we reviewed that you also made the transition from chemical engineering to data science. So, my question is, what was your journey like in transitioning from chemical engineering to actually data science? And was it actually worth it? And what were the challenges that you faced? And right now, currently, did the reality of data science actually exceed or even match up to your expectations that you set when you were thinking about making the transition into data science?
Yeah, it's very interesting, like history, like about me. So when I got into chemical engineering, it wasn't much of a thought. I just thought like, okay, for certain university, I saw like which class is like the most students go to. Like, so it's very very light thinking. But along the way, like during studying chemical engineering, I started to learn that I was really interested in technology, but I didn't know how to code. So the technical skills for that. And hence, when I first got into graduated and just got my first job, what I really want is definitely not engineering job. The first thing I want. Yeah, so I tried to apply for like tech job, IT jobs back then, and then luckily got a role into Accenture, which is a consulting company that's with IT solutions or IT products. But from there, it's still not a data science role. Of course, back then there's none at all. But during kind of actively for data science opportunities or any task that I can do that requires analytical thinking or any analysis using data. Because the data that we did last time was like using Excel, very small. But is there a better way of doing analysis, like using other tools? And so that led me to a realization, and also there's a lot of like buzz out there. I still remember like one article saying like data scientist or data science is gonna be the sexiest job of the 21st century. Yeah. So that was one of the key things that made me want to come into it. Yeah. Like now, like currently it'll be ChatGPT, right? There's a huge a huge motivator to join this field. So that was back then. And then I realized that I don't have the skills that's required for data science. I don't know coding at all. I don't know why is data science at all. So I had to pick up and learn. So thankfully at that time there's emergence of what you call that, the MOC, like a massively output online course. There edX and Udacity, so I jumped into the bandwagon, basically trying to learn the skills, trying to learn Python on my own, and trying to learn what is ML and all that. And then as part of computer science as well, like data structures, algorithms, this thing. And then from there, once I equipped with these skills, I'm starting to apply to different jobs. And then in the RHB the job, in the interview, right, it's quite interesting when I first went in there, I told them outright and very honestly, I have no experience in data science. I just picked up a skill from an online course, not in a degree or master in AI or anything, but like hopefully, like I'm able to add value to the company and learn more about data science. And thankfully, they accepted me without any team, right? No background. Yeah, so worse than a fresh grad if you compare to which than an AI fresh grad back then. But from that experience, I'm able to learn so much when to do new like opportunities, like use cases and work on. So yeah, so that's the thing. And well, do I regret? Still, like definitely not. Still in data science, and there's always something new to learn. So that's the only key like drive or motivator for me. There's always something new to learn. Yeah. So, yeah.
Thank you so much for the output, Mr. Benjamin. I think it's clear to see that you've made the right decision, I guess. And perhaps you're happy as well. I don't know. I'm not sure. Most probably. So yeah, I think it's true that people say computer science is so flexible, right? And you can transition from any industry or any course that you graduate from and then go to the sexiest job in the world, sexiest job market in the world. So yeah. And even in as well, we have a lot of different courses in this faculty as well. And only one is data science, but I know a lot of students here as well are interested in data science because of just the experience and just the money as well. So yeah, it's never too late, guys. So you guys can transition anytime you want. Just pick up a course and you might get accepted into RHB. So yeah. Now let's move on into Dr. Meizin Lee. And this question is, I think it's very applicable towards our CS students. So doctor with a PhD, and I think that it's given that the CS students are really technical based, right? And since they are so technical based, they don't really have an interest in actually writing and actually making research or anything. They just want to delve straight into the technical aspects of computer science or coding and everything. So how do you actually cultivate an interest in research writing and as well as making like research topics as well? So yeah.
Okay. How to cultivate that? I do know of a lot of people. They are very good at programming.
Yep.
You ask them to do a project, they will come back to you, with a prototype working the next day or day after that.
Yep.
But some of the people, they are actually not into writing. They really hate writing the report. They really hate reading and all that. So I think research is not for everyone.
Yes.
So if you are really, really good in programming and doing report writing and hate doing research, it's absolutely okay. That person is more suited to be in the industry, where you just want to code and can't wait to code. And so I think it's very important for you to understand what makes you tick, what drives you, and what are your strengths. So for people who do a PhD, like me, for example, your programming skill doesn't need to be top. Okay, you don't need to win programming competition in order to become a PhD student. What core skills that you have is that you really love reading. You want to find out information. You have the patience to sit down and read a paper that is 4 or 5 pages long, understand it. And you also need to have to sit down and write what is your discovery, what have you observed from this observation, what are the results comparing model A and model B. You need to have the kind of discipline to sit down and distill the information, organize your information and share it out. Okay, that's so I guess as part of the undergrad, you will have an opportunity to go through all this in order for you to know whether research is for you or not, because you go through your final year project, you go through your course project, you would know where your strength lies. Is it in finding out information, sit down there hours and hours finding out information, or is it, I want to just code, So all this, after you have gone through 4 years of undergrad, usually people at the end of it will know what they want.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, and also it's not, sometimes people change also. Like for example, like for me, I did not have the idea, or after I graduate I want to do a PhD. I did not have that. I actually went to industry, and then I got laid off. Then only I think about my life. What should I do with the rest of my life? So I guess life is not a straight path where you can go from A to B and
Yeah,
to Z.
sure.
So I guess you just have to, just enjoy life, journey along, and discover to do next. So there are people who, sign up for their late 40s. It's absolutely normal. Yeah, it's very common. So yeah, you just have to really understand what you want, and understand what you are good at, and understand what you don't want to do. That's also very important. What you don't want to do. So yeah.
All right. Thank you so much for that, Doctor. So right now, just for your knowledge, I'm doing my final year project as well. And for the documentation part that I'm doing, I don't like it. So from that itself, I can know already that okay, I'm not really interested in academic research or writing. It's just not a part of me. It's never been a part of me that I want to read books. I want to write from the books. I want to write summaries, objectives, methodologies. It's just not my part. I just want to okay, let's just go into the coding part. Yeah, you'll get to know that. But yeah, that's a really good insight, and it gets to know know the better to know the person better, that like, do you actually have an interest in academic research or actually the technical aspects of computer science? So you guys make a decision well before you go into PhD. All right. So let's move on into our next question for Mr. Fatih. And talking about research papers, right? So for your guys' knowledge, Mr. Fatih actually co-authored a research paper with MIT at the age of 19, if I'm not mistaken. And so, talking about research paper, Mr. Fatih, could you share us your experience in co-authoring that research paper with MIT, and what were some of the key insights and challenges that you found while doing it at such a young age?
So yeah, I think one thing I want to share about how I managed to get that opportunity in the first place, especially because I was studying at UTP, a local university, was this very interesting story, which was like I started writing a blog. At the time, I got my first internship in AI, and I was just learning AI. I had no idea, so I just started writing what I learned. And what I read was literally just summary of research paper that I read. And suddenly one day, like an MIT professor read my blog, and then he contacted me like if I want to join research, and then yeah, we have a Google Meet, and suddenly it become like a collaboration for research paper. And then I joined his lab like for 10 months, and my task was mainly the engineering part, the training model, collecting data, and everything. And I did learn a lot from these labs, and I got access to the MIT like supercomputer as well, which was very like exciting. And yeah, from this like 10 month actually I didn't really do much of the writing. I mainly just do the experiments, the coding experiments and stuff. But yeah, on the job, I was especially just learning on the job, and the MIT people on their hand is actually not that good at coding as well. Like most of them, but most of them are very smart in writing and learning new things and communication skill as well. They are very articulate. I was very impressed when I was in the lab. And the project they did was very interesting as well, which is using generative AI for mechanical designs. So trying to use a physics rule and constrain like making it work on real world. But yeah, like in terms of takeaway, I think is just your communication skill and how you present your project. I think that's really helped me a lot in like impressing the professor. I think I also besides the blog, which I really recommend you to write blog as well, just like opens you to opportunities like this. And I think on top of that was my portfolio website as well. I had this AI projects as well on the blog, which probably helped the MIT professor to contact me. But yeah, I think the takeaway is I really recommend like writing your blog or building your portfolio personal website. And I think that already put you ahead like from 90% of the applicants if you already have like portfolio or a blog. Yeah, it is all for me.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fatih. That's a good output. I think it's a very underrated aspect that people actually don't write blogs or even have their student portfolio website. That's a bit common, but blogging and writing, just like what Doctor said, is not really part of the CS student aspect. They don't really enjoy it that much. So I think it's not common. But yeah, maybe you guys, if you do it, maybe you could be open up to opportunities like this with MIT or maybe, I don't know, NUS perhaps. So yeah, thank you so much for that, Mr. Pati. Now let's move on into Mr. George. And Mr. George, from your profile, we've noticed that you've worked as a freelancer data scientist in the past, also while working at a company. And so the question that I have directed towards you is that could you compare and contrast the roles of a freelance versus a full-time data scientist? And like, what are like the key benefits and challenges you faced like with each part, right? And like, how did you actually balance it?
Okay, so technically you can't balance it, and but legally you can do freelance data science while working as well,
Yeah.
as long as it doesn't interrupt your daytime job.
Yeah,
So that's what I believe in.
Okay.
And like I said, you can't balance it. But I think the fun part of freelancing is the nature in me is that I don't like to work on a fixed problem.
Yep.
So I like to jump from different thing to different thing. So in freelancing, you have to talk to different clients and listen to their problems and build POC for them.
Yeah.
I think the fun part is listening to all of their problems and just like, oh, okay, you have this kind of problem. Okay, let me try to work on it.
Yeah.
I think there's one that works on battery. Like when should you turn on battery when the electric generator turns off? Like those kind of problems quite interesting. So the fun part of freelance is that, and so technically you cannot balance between both. So I wouldn't recommend the idea of working two things, like one full-time job and a freelance job at night. Although the money is there, you get double pay. You get to buy the things that you want, but at the cost of your own mental health. Yeah. So, but again, if I'm actually restarting it again.
Oh wow!
So at that time, So at that time, it was my full-time job is very demanding in terms of the working hour itself. So it's working from 9 until 7, 8. But now it's still quite right now. I mean, quite chill, so I can actually work on the side projects. So if you're someone that wants to listen to many different problems and solve them, maybe this could be a way. Or you can directly become a consultant as well. Just quit your job, be part of a consultancy firm, and just fix your client's problem. Yeah. So did I answer your question?
Yeah, definitely you did. So you did not balance it.
Yeah, I can't balance.
But are you looking forward to working it again though? So you actually do enjoy it.
Yeah, I do enjoy it. That's why you can see that I move from job to job.
Yeah,
I think
true.
one aspect is that as well, but not big aspect. I like to solve different problems. I'm restarting it because I see that as my next possible future. Testing, validating whether this could be a long-term thing that I can do. So that's why I'm restarting it.
Yep.
So far, it doesn't cost me anything yet. Yeah. So yeah.
Okay, thank you so much for the output, Mr. George. Yeah, freelancing is definitely something to look forward to if you're a student because you have so much time. And being in this faculty, we always have our online classes. So, and yeah, I don't want to speak for everyone, but sometimes I do skip my classes. Doctor, who are you here? No, he isn't. But yeah, in the meantime, if you guys do have the portfolio and skill set, yeah, do feel free ahead to go freelance because I have a senior myself who used to freelance more than he came to classes. I don't want to say his name, but yeah, he made a lot of money as well. So yeah, kudos to him. He has the skill set and he went for it. So yeah, freelance is definitely something to look forward to. Right. So moving on into our next question, which is directed to Dr. Mazian Lee. And Doctor, so having studied at multiple institutions across different countries, right? How has this diverse educational background actually shaped you and like shaped your approach to research and problem solving in AI? Or just research perhaps? Yeah. Yeah. So like how has your experience like after studying in like multiple institutions in different countries, how has this like shaped your approach and like educational background, shaped your approach to research and like problem solving in AI?
Actually, students here have the same issue, like you have to do your assignment, you have to, basically it's the same. Student life here and student life, I actually spent 2 years studying in Europe, part of the masters. So I guess it's the same.
Okay.
One thing I noticed is that maybe this is also reality check for us. Is that when I was in Europe, I was under the Erasmus Mundus scholarship. So basically, it was European Union gave this scholarship to developing countries. So they only just one from one country. So part of my cohort, I'm from Malaysia. I have one from Indonesia, one from Vietnam, one from Bangladesh, one from Pakistan. So basically, developing countries. So you can see that one from each country. So we are representing our country. Like for example, when we play badminton, it's basically me, Malaysia versus Indonesia. That kind of thing, because it's just one from every country. I noticed is that based on my experiences, I noticed that my math skills is not as good as the classmate from Vietnam. Okay, so maybe it should be a reality check for all of us that definitely is an area of improvement for all of us.
Yep.
Okay. Of course, this is not something that we can solve. It's more like a policy, Ministry of Education kind of problem. So, in terms of how shape my AI, so basically, I guess AI is for everyone. As long as you're interested, you invest the time in. I guess AI is for everyone, even if you don't know programming, but you are determined to learn programming, then you will be there. Like I agree with what you said just now. Technology, computer science, is actually very easy to break into.
Yep.
People from any background, you can say, "Oh, I want to do a programming job." I mean, as soon as you have the skill, you can do. It's not like law, medicine, or engineering where you need to have like years and years of training. You need professional certification in order for you to, get your foot in the door to get a doctor's job. So technology is that, pick up the latest skill and you're in. So yeah, it's for everyone. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for that, Doctor. Yep. True. Yep. Okay. So now moving on into this question that is directed towards Mr. Benjamin. And so for Mr. Benjamin, like in your opinion, right, what would be the best industry practices that one should actually adopt to get into a job that is related to data scientists? And this is from your experience in working as a data scientist and technical aspects of it.
Yeah, so I guess you can break it down to like two areas. So one's the soft skills and the technical skills. Soft skills, of course, like no one starts like once they graduate. Like same for me as well. So I had to learn by observing my seniors, my managers, and how they do things. So one of the things I guess as a data scientist, you definitely do a lot of listening listening to stakeholders, listening to different people from different backgrounds. So they could be like experts in marketing and sales, but they are trying to describe to you problems that they have right now. And then as a data scientist, you'll be thinking of like different kinds of solutions. How can you solve their problems? And how can you make that impact to their lives and across to the company overall? I guess so. There's one critical skills that when you try to look for a job, that's one that you can pick up right away and try to learn right away. Listening skills, problem solving skills, very important. Knowing what sort of so basically like once you have equipped with a certain technical knowledge of different algorithms or methods of training or different models, how could you apply those models? What's the right model to apply to that situation? Do like a supervised learning model, or do you apply string model, or does it require like a computer vision or NLP models to solve that problem. Then the other, of course, like from technical end, there's a lot to learn. Like from what you started off with your knowledge, you can always learn new things. There's always new research that comes out day in day out that describes new techniques. So it depends where your interests are. So your interest could be more towards the technical side. So you want to fine tune models, for example, understand how each like knobs and each parameters on the model work and how to optimize them. Or you could be on the more people side. So you deal with interviews with people and how to solve their problems using analytics and AI and using the data. Yeah, so there's a lot of areas that you can venture into. But again, the skills are again, of course, applicable to any industry, any job you're in. Yeah, and then apart from that, I guess um, like the desire to be more open-minded and just learn more, just everything basically. Yeah. So you'll be talking to people from different backgrounds. Let's say if you join a company or if you join a startup, different ways of them working. Like some like to work every last minute and everything, and some like to plan their work. Yeah, so all these things can really help. Let you to see what's out there, like how people are working and how do you develop your own self and see what your skills are, what your strengths are. So it's one important like advice I always like I heard it from others and I apply to myself is to listen to your inner voice, what you really want. Sometimes like you really know what you want, but you just can't really figure it out. Yeah, until you start like venturing into it. So don't worry to jump into the water, like to swim, no, and explore what you like. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much for the output, Mr. Benjamin. I hope that all the aspiring data scientists took note of that. Like what do you call it? Approach that Mr. Benjamin said. I'm sorry. And yeah, hopefully you guys would most probably get that insight from an experienced professional like Mr. Benjamin as well, because he knows how it works from the inside, right? Yeah, and yeah, hopefully you guys get into the sectors that you want or the companies that you want. Right. So moving on to Mr. Fatih, and considering Mr. Fatih's interest in generative AI, I want to ask Mr. Fatih, what initially drew you to generative AI and what keeps you motivated to continue innovating in this field?
Oh, so the first thing that drew me in was I wanted to draw, but I cannot draw. So I want to draw something or create design, or make a video, but I cannot draw and I'm not good at visual file. So I thought, why not just use AI to do it for me? So actually, that's my first entry, which is like generative image and computer vision. And the first project I did was actually the one with the MIT team, which is generating electrical designs. And yeah, 2 years later now you can use AI to generate all kind of image, video. So it came true. Yeah. I think.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fatih. All right. Okay, so now let's move on to Mr. George. So, Mr. George, from a student's perspective, right, how would you actually evaluate the job market for data scientists, especially in specialized sectors or industries like dental technology that you are working in right now? And additionally, would you like to give any advice to professionals that are considering for transitioning into the data science field?
Right. I think the data science market right now it's still hot.
Yep.
Although people saying that there is less job on data science specific role, but I still see that there are people hiring and people reaching out to me, and whenever I search LinkedIn, the jobs are still ever increasing and still there. So I guess it's not a dying field. So you can definitely still get a job in data science right now. So I think mainly what you should be focusing on if you're a student now, work on your side projects, work on your technical side projects, and writing. I think writing blogs is the best way to show your skill set right now. Yeah, I think that's I think I gave a talk in Sunway as well on tech profile, and I use Fatih Rashad as a example
Wow.
because indeed it is true. I also write and he writes, and it brings us to different places and people knows you. So that's one thing on writing. I think ultimately it's your personal branding that can help you to get your next job. So that all of it comes in play from writing, your technical skills, and joining hackathon and all. Yeah, I think all of that would help you get the next data science job. And yeah, so in terms of evaluating people, usually it's on the fundamentals. Like, because if I'm hiring like junior data scientists, I'll evaluate whether they know what they're doing, why they choose certain models, and why they choose to use this approach in their side projects, and why they do this and that. I think the why aspect is what I wanted to know. And aside from that, also the drive, like, do you go competition, and do you want to improve yourself? That's some of the things that I look at also. And I think ultimately is being humble, because I think in order to grow to the next level, usually from what I see about great software engineers or great bosses that I work with, they are humble. Like, they listen to your feedbacks, and they work on the feedback that they receive. And I think that will bring you to another level. So that's when you get into the job itself. But if you can practice that before that, I think that will be good. So to summarize, I think writing, building up your portfolio, and work on your personal traits, humble and all.
All right. Thank you so much for that, Mr. Josh. Yep, understood.
Sorry, something to add. When it comes to writing, I mean, I don't mind writing. I also want to get the limelight, right? The thing about writing sometimes, or blogging, or even coming out YouTube video, is that what I think of already got someone doing it, like someone already uploaded this video about this, or someone already wrote a blog post about this. So the challenge to me, I personally find, is that, what else can I write that other people has not done it? That was my biggest challenge. Your views on that? How to find new things to write?
I agree with you. There's no new thing that you can write, but it depends on if recruiters see you, they shouldn't see another person. So whatever you write, I think what's important is the thought process that you do, the approach that you take to solve certain problem. I guess that would be different from another person. So the thought process, if you write it out, put into hash note, when the recruiter see it or the hiring manager see it, they will understand what kind of person you are, why you approach a problem this way. So that makes a difference. And even in working itself, especially in data science, comparing to software engineering, you write more in data science because you cannot run away from it. Although Agile says that working product over documentation, right? But in data science, you need to document, so you cannot run away from that. So that go back to the point where the way that you write, your thought process, defines who you are. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. The way that you write, your tone and all.
For me, the way I find new thing to write is that when I Google something, if I cannot find a quick answer, I have to go through all this website, then I will, and then this took time for me to actually get my answers. So what I did was, and then write an tutorial for this, so that the next person that have the same question as me, then can get that answer quickly from my blog.
And I also find that doing a personal project to beef your portfolio really helps. It not just helps building your brand name per se, but it also helps you master that thing. So I do have my own website, and I do on my website I actually put the projects that I've done, side projects, really not work related, because some stuff you really cannot share. So these side projects that are, it's open source things that you can, you very easily get your hands to, and then you can share. So one of the project I did was RAG. It's a Bible chatbot. So RAG, have you heard of RAG? It's basically a chat, but they retrieve information from a specific source rather than from its own memory. So the RAG was basically based on on the Bible. So Bible is open source. I can get it online. I can get the soft copy. So it was actually through doing the project of a chatbot that I actually learned how to use RAG, how to vectorize my documents and so on. So I guess for you can do anything you like. You don't need to wait for a very big project, FYP project. Then only you can showcase. You basically choose anything you want and just showcase your skill. You can build a RAG on I don't know, maybe your lecture notes. All your lecture notes in PDF format. You just RAG it, and then you can chat with your lecture notes to find out where to find this, what did the lecturer say about this.
Yeah.
So it can be anything. It can be your manga, do RAG on manga, do RAG on, I don't know, your chat history, your WhatsApp chat history. You can actually build out anything. Yeah.
Thank you so much for that valuable discussion, my dear panelists. All right, so now it's very good to see that that's always an evolving area. And I think I've used RAG before, but I think it was I don't know if it's the same, but I used it to summarize a YouTube video, but that's for video related. But yeah, RAG is more text related, right? Yeah. Extraction, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's just to because the video was 3 hours long and I didn't want to go sit through everything. And I just wanted to summarize it and okay, let's see what are the key points that we can pick from this. And I just tested it out because it was one of the AI tools that could be used. So yeah, it definitely helped me. So, yeah. And right. Okay, now let's move on into an question that could be answered by everyone. So this question is that could you pinpoint any emerging areas within the data science field that undergraduates should actually explore to stay ahead in the job market? So other than this RAG that you guys talk about and your portfolio, so anything that you guys feel that the students, from students' perspective, that they could explore in their meantime to get ahead of everyone else. Anyone can start.
Yeah, I guess apart from your usual typical technical skills on LLMs and everything like that, the other big trends of data science is a responsibility in AI. So being ethical and being fair, because the tools that you're gonna build later on is gonna have an impact to the users that use it on a day-to-day basis. So let's say if the tools that are built be by of people, and then that actually reduces the equal of that the chances that each person will be benefiting from AI. So there's one big trends of AI is to be responsible of your tools. So of course the technology can be used for both good and you've seen that during a few years ago there's this thing called AI so powerful to be able to generate a video of it. But the message that I'm saying is actually not from that person itself. So for example, someone from a prime minister or something very important. So you might be fooled into thinking that they actually said it, but actually they don't. So there's I guess in this area is quite new and quite exciting to venture into. This being have a thought of when you're developing something is always have an impact to it. There's one key trend. Yeah, then I guess just that.
I guess trend comes and go, like what Dr. Lee mentioned. You can, to me, if you chase it, no point. Always got new stuff.
Yep.
So I always focus back on the fundamental of the job itself, the job of a data scientist, the job of a machine learning engineer. So the expectation of this job is always you got to do everything. Like I told you now, you have to do everything. You have to do from gathering data itself to deployment of the model. So it doesn't run away from that. When people hire you, they expect you to be able to do anything in between. That's why the job is complex than it thought. So not as simple as it is. So because of that truth, right? Like the expectation there, I guess I would always recommend people to learn, how to not just build your model, deploy your model. How do you maintain it in production? Because that is what matters, once it's in production, that's when it hits the user itself. And that's when it affects people's life. So that part of it, you got to learn. So how do you learn it, right? So I think one thing is cloud certification. I see a lot of value in people that have AWS Cloud Solutions Architect. I used to despise, this certification, but but when I met people that has this and work with people that has this certification, I don't have it. But I admire the people that have it because they have a knowledge that I don't have. They can navigate around different solutions within AWS. They know how to craft the solutions in a way that is scalable and maintainable. So it's amazing if you can have that. I learned it the hard way. I learned it from experience itself to craft this solution. But if you have go through these courses, be it AWS or whatever cloud it is, I think it'll be valuable for you. So the core idea here is to be able to build and deploy what you built. And same time, if you know this knowledge, it saves costs as well because your managers don't need to hire more. But then again, you have to work more. So yeah, so that would be that.
Yeah, I don't think I have anything to add besides. I think the most important skill is just being able to learn on your own and adapt. So yeah, I think that's actually like the first thing I'm looking for. Like I'm actually hiring right now. So if you are interested, then you can come out to me or apply to the website. Yeah, but basically the first thing I look at portfolio, and then if I see you learn something like candy language that's not taught in the university, then I know that you have some drive to learn and can teach on your own, or you have like learned this unique library that probably is not taught in university. Then yeah, then you can actually learn on your own, and that's actually like very strong signal that this guy probably can just learn anything I throw at him. So yeah, I think that's like the most important skill, which is like continuous learning, like what Mason said.
Yeah. Understood.
So you mentioned AWS certification. Suddenly, something light up in my mind. It's apart from trends, trend is things like, wow, now the latest trend is ChatGPT. Wow, now the latest trend is GPT 4.0. Apart from this trend, I think it's important for us to know what is in the market. Like companies, what do they use? Like for example, Petronas, what do they use? Do they use AWS? Do they use Amazon Azure? Do they Microsoft Azure, or do they use GCP, Google Cloud? So it's this kind of like a little bit of streetwise information really helps. So like when you apply to that company, you know that this company actually uses AWS cloud, for instance. Then you, as preparation for interview, you read up on AWS. You understand what other products are there. If you know that the company is using Google Cloud, then you just spend some time understanding what is Google Cloud. So these are things that are it's a little bit streetwise. You can talk to the whoever that's working in the company already, understand currently what solution are you using, what kind of projects are you into, so things like that. So it really helps you prepare for the interview. And I think what you can do is that once you land, I think fresh grad is quite easy to land a job in in data science, in machine learning, because companies are actually very willing to hire fresh grads. So I think once you get in, I think it's important that you plan your career, as in you plan how do you want to grow in your career. You can always ask your boss, hey boss, I think I want to learn AWS cloud. Can the company send me for certification? Always ask, always explore, and then, create opportunities for yourself. I think it's very important. Of course, don't be greedy. Don't commit to things that you can't deliver, but it's more taking the step, taking the initiative to be more adventurous a bit, to, put it on the table, boss, can I take a AWS certification? Can the company cover it? Ask, always ask. Belum tanya, belum tahu.
All right, thank you so much to our dear panelists for the insightful discussion. I think it's very important that we go after our proactive approach as well and go take small baby steps as well before actually getting into a really big position or really like senior data scientist role, right? And that's really important. And with that, we have actually reached to our end of our discussion. But thank you so much to our panelists for that proactive discussion. Now let's open the floor to the burning questions from the audience of the floor. And to the audience of the floor, you guys can request for your questions to be pointed at any of our speakers for today, or even everyone. And you guys can raise up your hand and ask your questions, and the mic will be given to you by our ushers. So to the audience of the floor, you guys, the Q&A session starts now. Right. Extra.
Hello, so my name is Tayanan, and I'm the president of the club, basically. So I have my burning first question over here. Right, so what is the one myth that you would be able to debunk in data science? Like before you were stepping into the industry and while you were studying, so what is the myth that you find and you like to really debunk and then break the misconception that is actually out there, when people really want to step into data science? And do you think data science is actually even famous among in your community? Like for example, coming from Indian household, when I talk about, hey, I want to go into data science, like what is that? They ask me, what is that? Go for software engineering lah, or data science. So that is that. So do you still have in your in your own community or the friends that you have come across with? So how do you find those things actually within your community? And yeah, one myth that you would like to debunk in data science industry actually.
Need some time to think about this.
Data science is not the sexiest job of the century. Just get a job.
Like there's also another phrase like 80% of a data science job is cleaning the data. So yeah, with before you actually go into the modeling itself, like the exciting part, and then to understand problem formulation. Yeah, problem formulation before you actually start doing the actual coding. Jump into that. So it's one big myth. The other big myth that it still resonates with me is that actually you don't need a very good expertise or technical expertise in maths. So I fail maths. I don't like maths at all, and stats as well. But still, yet I'm a data scientist. Yeah. So actually, it's not a big hurdle actually. Yeah. And but as long as like throughout the years when I was working in data science, I started to appreciate more about maths and looking deeper into the equations and stats as well. So yeah, so it's not a hindrance to you if you don't like maths at first. Yeah.
I would think the pay will be they always think data science pays more, but technically it pays more to be a software engineer, and you get to do less stuff compared to a data scientist, because data scientist is you have to do so many stuff, and although on paper the pay is higher, but then you do the equation of between work being done and the amount that you get. I think software engineers pays more better. So again, what drives you as a data scientist would be whether you like solving this kind of problems or not, and whether it interests you or not. So one thing is the pay itself, I think, because my peers working in software, they pay more, and they get more job opportunities as well. You can go Singapore easily. Yeah, so that's one part. And I think on the community part, my parents are the first one that I need to convince. It's a good thing that they trust me, but I think nowadays it's easier to explain to them. Just tell them, ChatGPT. We are the people that build this kind of thing, and so it's easier and easier to convince them. And just mention the word AI. I guess they would really know. Although, like Benny mentioned, 80% of the job, you don't work entirely on AI in data science, but if you just want to tell them and educate them, I think that's one way that I did. And yeah, that's that.
Yeah. So yeah, I think another thing is data science can mean different things for different people. So for example, I feel like I'm never really a data scientist because I never did the data pipeline, data cleaning, everything. My main experience was mainly on the AI engineering, deploying the AI models, sometimes the AI research as well. But I never had experience on the building data pipelines for these big companies. So yeah, so I think there are different parts of data science position, and sometimes they have different responsibilities as well. So you might want to check it out first. Yeah.
I actually got a burning question which I asked them earlier before we start the talk. So it's very blurry. Some companies, they think that if this job scope should be called data science, this job scope should be called machine learning engineers. But sometimes there's an overlap. There's an overlap between data science, machine learning. So I myself am not very sure. Should this be called data scientists or should this be called data machine learning engineer? So my burning question is, how should I write in my CV? Should I say data scientist / machine learning engineer or / software engineer or how? What can get me hired faster? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, I guess that it happens actually. So it really depends on people's perceptions of what a scientist is and what do they do. to some of them it's still a mystery. And like for like Josh maybe say like, oh, Khalil will do everything, right? Data science will do everything. And then so why is the machine learning engineer then? Like, do they still do everything, or do they do part of data science job? Yeah, so there's this confusion, but I guess it really depends on like how like you project yourself, like in terms of your projects that you work on, that you showcase. Like, are you really interested in the more technical aspects? Are you interested in more trying to solve problems, like these kind of things that would bring out like a personal brand voice for you, so that like others can hear you and say, oh, you are a person who like loves films. Films is one thing that like is quite a good trait to have, and yeah, definitely increase your employability that way. Yeah, so maybe like when you first join in the first role, you might get lost. So maybe your name is a data scientist, but you're not actually doing a data science job. So don't fret. So be a bit more patient. Go through like the hurdles first, but always be asking opportunities. You know, can I take part in this? Can I learn about this? Yeah, I think that will help you expand your knowledge and expertise. Yeah.
I to answer Dr. Lee's question, I think to be safe, you just put your title data scientist / MLE. So that's to be safe. That's to be safe because you want to cover all the grounds, right? But there is a bit distinction here that based on my experience working in Money Lion, we do have distinction between a data scientist position and an AIE, which is AI engineer. So the difference is the AIE focuses on maintaining and deploying of the model itself. So it's more software engineering plus model. So the data scientists won't do that part. They are mostly on researching the algorithm, fixing the algorithm. So there's quite a difference there. But I think on the other companies, I cannot talk about them. But always there's this one small difference. Yeah. So if you are working in MLE, your expectation will be okay. You need to handle the infra side more than you are expected to be. So that's the difference here. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you to Mr. Taya for the question and as well as the discussion of our panelists. So now let's move on into our final Q&A session, Q&A question, sorry. And to the audience of floor, you guys, this is your last chance to ask the next Q&A question. So yeah. It's okay, no need.
I think this one is specific of Mr. Fatih Rashad. Since you mentioned a lot about API in the beginning, right? And as the CTO of Cliff AI, your own company, when you are developing your AI solutions using machine learning, was there any concern about API security or any security aspect in terms of data or something? And because we heard about people jailbreaking AI and things like that, and was it actually really a problem here in the industry? Thank you. Yeah, I think that's actually a problem because we do have the user try to jailbreak our own. So what you can do is there are some library that prevent this, like something called guardrail setting, where you sanitize the input, check if there's any like malicious intent. So I think that's part of the basically like the deployment things that you have to learn how to do, how to maintain it, how to make sure it's safe, and so on. And yeah, there's also privacy issues with this API. So that's the alternative of using your open source model and then hosting on your own. But because implementing those like takes time, so right now you just use API because you want to focus on something else. In startup, there's always like this constraint on like technology and time and quality and something. So maybe in the future we plan to use our own open source model, but for speed we just use the API. So I think that's my like process.
You can add authentication on top of your API. That will work as well. Yeah. Or off.
Good.
You understand? I'm not sure. I think in the big companies where the impact will be much bigger than makes sense, they will need a security engineer. I think even in OpenAI, they have this safety ethic position. So, but for startups, I think we will like rarely you have a hard time finding these positions. So it depends on your goals as well.
Cybersecurity is a big field. It's a very important field also. It's quite easy to get a job in if you have cybersecurity skills. So in fact, I think it was MDEC who recently, I think a few months back, they launched a cybersecurity program specifically for women to encourage more women to, to take up the skill. Yeah, it's a big field.
To add to that, yes, cybersecurity is a big field, and I also worked in the cybersecurity domain before, although it was a short time. But I guess it's getting even more and more important in security. I guess there's AI is getting more and more smarter. It can easily fool someone who doesn't know. So I guess it's definitely be a demand. But I guess for right now in Malaysia, it's going to be very niche. Like only very few companies will be specializing. But most likely, the cybersecurity companies would start to venture into this kind of jobs or roles that you intend to. But yeah, overall, it's maybe I would say that it's really early. It's quite early, but it's slowly picking up. Maybe a few years time, it'll be quite big thing. That everyone's going to work on security. But obviously, like security is always a thing where if you're in a company, that's the lowest priority. It's not something you want to prioritize first. Security first. No, I want to prioritize my products first. How to grow my users first. Yeah, that's more important. It's always an afterthought. I would say. Yeah.
Security first.
Yeah. So in finance, like we be more cautious about what we do. So yeah, security is there as well. But yeah, it's just have to go through your interest level. And then don't be afraid to pivot to something else if you find that it's not something for you. Yeah.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Lukman, for the question. So with that final question, we have come to the end of our forum session for today. And thank you so much to our dear panelists for the insightful and engageful session. And we have covered a lot of grounds on a lot of themes related to data science, as well as AI, and as well as like hiring teams. Today, I hope everyone is going to leave with a valuable output and what areas to explore, what areas to go for. And I hope you guys really broaden your horizons after coming for this event, after coming for this forum session. And on behalf of UM Data Analytics Club, UMDAC, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to our dear speakers for today for the session we've had. And your expertise and insights have been really enlightening, and we truly appreciate the time you have allocated for us on a weekend, especially. So yeah, and we hope to meet and collaborate with you guys soon as well. And now I'll be passing the mic back to our MC, Shun, to close out the event. Thank you again and have a good day.
So what a wonderful and insightful session that was. So we for sure have obtained a very good perspective in the data science and data analytics field. So now let's invite our esteemed speakers and moderator to return back to your seat. Thank you. So before we conclude, it's time for us to express our gratitude to our esteemed speakers for sharing their valuable insights with us today. So I kindly request director of this event, Ms. Anis, and also Mr. Lukman, to join us on the stage to present a token of appreciation to each of our speakers. So first up, Mr. Josh Wong. Thank you, Mr. George. Next, Mr. Fatih Rashad. Thank you, Mr. Fatih. Thirdly, Dr. Mei Sing Lee. Thank you, Dr. Lee. Lastly, Mr. Benjamin Chang. Thank you, Mr. Benjamin. Thank you to Ms. Anis and Mr. Lukman. Please take your seat. Now, let's give another round of applause to our wonderful speakers for their contributions today. On a side note, please don't forget to fill in the feedback form before you leave because your feedback is invaluable to us. Bonus, you will also earn extra merit mark. So, before we wrap up, I would like to invite all of our speakers, organizers, and participants for a group photograph. Please arrange yourself in the center for a quick memorable snapshot for today's event. So everyone can move to the center so that we can all see your pretty and handsome face.
Everyone can fit to the center, okay? You can arrange yourself lah.
As we draw to a close, I would like to extend my gratitude to all of our speakers, panelists, and participants for making this event a success. Your insights and contributions have truly enriched our discussions today. To reward everyone for their attendance today, don't forget to participate. Guys, pay attention. To reward everyone for their attendance today, don't forget to participate in our special giveaway session with attractive cash prizes up for grabs. You have completed
Third, our first step, which is entering this talk. Second, remember to follow UMDEC on Instagram and UMDEC on LinkedIn for updates. Thirdly, just create an Instagram story or post or LinkedIn post sharing what you have learned after this session and tag us before 19th of May 2024 at 11 p.m. Once again, thank you all for your participation. We hope you found today's forum enlightening and engaging. Wishing you all a wonderful day ahead. Thank you.
what I did was to do some artificial intelligence work related to Malaysia. So for my career journey compared to my other SP panelists, I was actually a scholar. So how I secured my position in TMB was basically an obligation because of my scholarship agreement compared to my friends here. So although my position was something that I have to follow according to my agreement, but I I try to involve myself in terms of upskilling myself in the tech industry. So I joined hackathons, competitions, and even volunteering in open source to upskill myself. Yeah, I think that's all. Okay, thank you all for sharing your inspiring career journeys. Now, let's move on to our next question. Mr. Fitri, networking and communication are often touted as crucial in the tech industry. How important is networking, and what are some effective ways to build connections within the industry?
All right, thanks for the question. So yeah, I mentioned previously how I got recruited into a company of my liking through building connections. And I find that to be a very crucial, important thing, especially after being in the realm of universities, because that's when you're left out in the open world, and there's so many possibilities, right? So one thing that I realized a lot of people start doing once they start looking for an internship is to build a LinkedIn account. And yeah, I was not that person when we started to build my LinkedIn account with zero connections. But once you start getting the hang of opening up connections to others, you will find more possibilities and opportunities reaching out to you. It doesn't have to be through LinkedIn, it could be through other sources as well. Why is this thing called building connections and networking important? First of all, you get to be exposed to more job opportunities. Like I mentioned, you get more offers from others, especially if you have a very solid profile and you share all your activities to kind of indirectly display your passion or enthusiasm about the field or topic that you are talking about in the post. And having that passion is a very important or crucial requirement in being able to be employed in a job position. I guess another thing when it comes to having good networking, besides giving you more job opportunities, is that you will have more opportunity to grow as a person. So when it comes to having an opportunity to create these posts, you'll have to be involved in a lot of activities. Like for example, you would want to share about how you managed to achieve your certifications, or I guess that's pretty common nowadays, but other than that, you will be joining events or building connections by attending webinars, conferences, and all that. And so that kind of builds your career growth as well. Besides that, you also have the opportunity, by having more network, to have chances of knowledge sharing. The more connections you have, the more point of contact you have when it comes to asking about a certain matter of interest. Like if you want to have a deeper dive into, say, cybersecurity, then I'm sure you have your connections out there who's also specialized in that field. And just reach out to them, and I'm sure they'll be more than happy to share their passion to you. And finally, when it comes to that, there's also a chance of promoting your visibility. And visibility comes in many ways. It also not just gives you job opportunity, but it also gives you opportunity to attend bigger conferences and events that you might find more interesting in the future. So that's the plus side of networking. How do we achieve networking? That's a different story. It's a couple of ways to achieve that, but one of the most important ones I would say is to attend sessions like this. Once we're having this MYTECH career fair, you get to meet people from diverse backgrounds, get to know more about what they're working on, how they're faring in life, how they got to that position, and if you have the chance, ask for their LinkedIn profile, ask for their socials, and reach out to them after that. Besides that, you can also build your connections by leveraging existing social medias. Go through LinkedIn or go through, developer country. Find people who share the same interests as you, even through Reddit groups. And then just talk about your common interests. And at some point, you'll be like, hey, maybe we should discuss this further face to face or however. But of course, you get full of strangers if you need the internet, of course. And finally, one thing that's important when it comes to building network is to follow up on that person. See if you met someone at a conference and say, I never like a long conversation, 30 to 1 hour. Make sure you follow up maybe like a week after that to build that connection, make sure it's lasting. Because you could be meeting 100 people in a conference, but you don't meet them after that, that's no point to that. So try to maintain relationships with the people you meet. So, and eventually you'll get the advantages that I shared earlier. So, yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fitri, for your valuable networking tips. Now, turning to Ms. Aisha, as an advanced data analyst at TNB, what are some key transferable skills that graduates should focus on developing to succeed in the tech industry like yourself?
Okay, so my experience started working a full-time job in TNB. Some key transferable skills that I think is helps me in navigating myself in the working life and applying my technical skills in TNB was adaptability and the the urge to always learn and upskilling yourself, because I think most people often overlook where we in the in the tech industry it's important that we always learn and try to participate in everything, because I think if personally when I started to work with TMB, my people told me that I won't be able to do a lot of data science work when I joined TMB, but because of my interest in data science and machine learning, I tried to make it clear with my first day that I wanted to do something like this to my manager. And what I did was try proving myself that I can do the things that I claim to be. So due to my passion, and my communication to my manager that I wanted to do this, I'm able to apply something that I learned during uni, which is data science, to during my current work, current working in DME. So, for example, in uni, when we learn a lot of things about all the foundational computer science skill, it's important that we strengthen that skills and use that as a way for us to learn to solve problems. Even though in university we learn something like foundational, but when we try to involve ourselves in a lot of things, this certainly helps us to um, apply to a lot of places in workplace. So I think it's really important for all the graduates or future graduates and current students to learn, uh, apply, improve your soft skills, your communication skills, your and join anything that you can to improve.
Insightful indeed, Ms. Aisha. Thank you. Okay, moving on to all our panelists, could you share your thoughts on the importance of gaining relevant work experiences during or immediately after university for securing job opportunities in these sectors? Do you want to start first?
Since I'm holding the mic, so I'll start first, I guess. So I think it's really important for us to get relevant work experiences in order to, like in the tech industry. I think because personally, a lot of my career milestones currently is due to my internship experience. So for data science graduates, we are required to do two internship, and so I have experience doing internship at three places actually. Two, but it is compulsory by our course structure, and one is a voluntary internship after I graduate, which is last year. So a lot of my thought process and my current uh, networking skill on communication and even my courage to try a lot of things are due to these three internship places where I gained experience in computer problem solving, doing projects, and even data science, doing machine learning and analytics works. So if all the graduates if you have time to do some voluntary internship or even join competition, please do so. Because I think if I didn't join in my internship business before, I wouldn't be where I am today due to the experience. I think I'll pass this to Vicky.
Would you like to go first? Okay then. Well, I agree a lot with what I wanted to say. Just I guess to add on to that, when looking for an internship, you find one that gives you the responsibility or roles that you want to build towards. Because in my case, it really helped me a lot when I'm actually working on a full-time job now. I used to work in an internship company for making virtual reality games. It was a startup, so the thing is startups is that you will probably most likely end up with either helping someone make coffee, or if you're lucky like me, you get to wear multiple hats and play many different roles and see things from a different perspective each time. So during my time in my internship, I spent 2 months working on maybe software development, and I spent another 2 months meeting with clients. Of course, I wasn't the one talking to the clients, so I was just shadowing my senior at the time. It gave me exposure on what it feels to be working on that client-facing role. And my last 2 months was more of a two-on-one kind of moment where I just learned more about how to use Unity or Unreal Engine and explore how we could make use of this VR, AR stuff. So pretty good experience, I say. And I learned a lot from internship, and moving forward to my full time, I can see people from different perspectives, right? People who play different roles, those who face the clients, those who do software development. You get to understand more of their perspectives since you played that role before. But at the same time, the skills that I was involved in when I was building my app back in the software development days of my internship, I was able to also apply during my full-time job. So I am very much glad I went to that internship experience, and it would have been a struggle for me to catch up with the rest in my full-time job had I not been exposed to that prior. So that's what I got to share. I think we're going to take it.
Thank you, Kishan. A really good insight on that. I definitely agree on the general sentiment that yes, internships are incredibly important. And for some background as well, because I feel like I have an interesting solution to share as well. Because I did my internship with Nexus, where I was actually under the analytics and AI team, and more specifically, I was under machine learning engineering, which is, I think, the bigger picture here is the fact that this is not something that generally we don't have the opportunity to learn in class. Because MLE, MLOps, is essentially the process of how do we handle AI models after building them. Building them is one point. Data scientists are incredibly great at that. But how do we productionalize them, put them into whatever we need, whatever we need, and ensure that they don't go down, they don't degrade. So this is a really interesting position, I would say, and I managed to learn all this at the near age of, I think, 20, yeah, because it was after our second year. So I think my bottom line here is I feel that it's really good to go for this kind of internship because it can open up a new world to you outside of the classroom. Of course, you will use what you learn in the classroom, but you'll grow beyond and also learn what goes on in the industry, what you may need after graduation. And of course, the bonus point, after my internship, I feel like it really helped me in terms of confidence in my talent, following year, third and fourth year, final year, and it really made my FYP even more. It was more outstanding, at least personally. I managed to apply a lot of things that I used during my internship, and at least things that we were completely taught in class. So as a bottom line, I would definitely encourage all of you to try your best to get to look for really interesting internships like all of us did. And I think just to share, one regret I personally had during my university life is I didn't go for enough internships. I only went for the compulsory internship after second year. But as you can see compared to how Aisha has definitely had amazing career milestones, I feel like if you go for more and try your best to really go into diverse roles, try to figure out where you want to be, what you want to do, this will really help you in the long run and of course you'll make your experience incredible. So yeah, that's all in terms of how internships with background would appreciate.
Okay, thank you all for emphasizing the significance of practical experience. Now, I want to address a common concern among students nowadays. Is it true that what you learn in university may not be directly applied to your work? Do you want to take the stage, Mr.
Sure, again, well, as I said, since I'm moving, I'll go first. Yes and no to that question, because I feel like, okay, if I were to start from the beginning, my perspective as a computer science student was I started off programming, coding, right when I joined university, not beforehand, as some of you may have. So you would think of me as someone who didn't have any experience at all. So going into first year, we learn IMP, also we learn fundamentals of programming and stuff like that. And you would think that why am I still learning the basics and stuff like that? And hence comes the question of, is it applicable in the industry? Well, my perspective on this is you won't directly go and go to a company and write classes using Java, okay? That's definitely not, or maybe in this case for software engineering, you have to figure out that. But what I personally found was that even if I wasn't writing from scratch classes on how to print lines, I was using the computational thinking that we were taught during these courses. Because also to share, during my internship, I was in a room full of engineers and I was the only computer science graduate. The way we think about how to write code, how to optimize algorithms, how to write SQL, for example, it really brings a difference when you know the fundamentals and understand how things work, even how boring it is. I no longer write Java code. Like, why? Okay? But I'm not saying that it's bad, but it's really good to know what happens underneath all these high level languages. When you go into the industry, you write code, you know why things happen, you know when things go wrong, where to look at. You know when the budget, when your code is executed up by thousands of dollars, you know where to look for and try to reduce those. So coming from also professional experience from what we do at Kodak, I do a lot of analytics, so we write a lot of SQL queries. Simple lines and optimization can save you thousands of dollars. So that's where all the fundamentals come in and can really help you stand out in the industry as a computer scientist, not an engineer, not merely an engineer, not merely a business analyst, but a computer scientist. So that's my perspective on the importance of fundamental courses like the ones that you see. Over to you.
Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, interesting share. I like the notion that you shared. Well, from my perspective, I see our back when I was in STPM, so I just want to recall all my especially what I learned. What I can see from my past studies and what I'm working on now, university life is more about exploring our passion. Right? I'm sure you recall during your first year studies, you are exposed to a lot of fundamentals. For my case example, I'm doing software engineering. We not only do software engineering stuff, we're also exposed to information system and also fundamentals of AI. So I think this is the opportunity for us to find what sort of passion we're looking for in the IT industry. I would say right now I'm applying maybe about 30 to 40% of what I've learned in uni. Since I'm a software engineer, I ended up playing a software engineer role, so I'm doing a lot of I say PK classes, I guess. And yeah, I still use Java now. And what helped me a lot is like say the SDQ class, the teacher taught, and also the design pattern class as well. So those are like valuable resources for me. But for the rest of the other courses that I've learned, it's more of a, hey, if I'm interested more about AI, maybe I should find AI roles. I've got lots of friends who SD Mesh who turn into AI engineer roles now. I've also got friends from AI Mesh who turn into data scientist roles. So it's more about discovering your passion in what you want to work in the long run. And in terms of applying it, you then apply whatever you learned as you see fit in a new role. And I say, thanks to how diverse the content of your courses are, you have a very flexible option to choosing where you want to go. So you're not kind of locked into just one path. So that's how I see it. Yeah. Any from you, Aisha?
Thank you, teacher and Naim, for a lot of insightful inputs they shared. So since I'm one of the data science major, I think the reality of a data science major is that from my observation, we don't have a lot of positions out there that is open for juniors or fresh graduates related to data science. So I was actually during my compulsory internship experience, the first two of my internship experience was not quite relevant to what I'm doing or what I'm learning in classes during my uni. But after my third trial of internship, then I got to apply what I've learned in uni. But the first two was something that is related to mostly more on automations and basically just programming. So even though what we learn in classes doesn't apply exactly, like we are learning machining and data science, but we are not applying it exactly in where we are working at. But it's still something that helps us in growing and improving our skills because without all this experience, I think I won't be able to improving my skill, like the fundamentals of my problem solving and even critical thinking towards all the other related roles. So not only that, even though I think if you didn't get to work in something that you wanted to do during maybe when you get a job someday or even in your internship, you could still create your own opportunities in doing what you wanted. So, for example, you're interested in cybersecurity, so you are interested in data science, AI, but suddenly you are faced with the reality of you getting a job where you didn't get to do all that. You still are able to create your own opportunities. Don't wait around and let someone like, okay, here you go get do this thing. You could try to join maybe CTF or competitions, and eventually your portfolio will be strong enough for you to get into the roles that is relevant to what you love. So I think the key takeaways here is create your own opportunities. Yes, so for me.
Thank you for clarifying that misconception. I am actually one of the students who are concerned about this. So now, moving on, Mr. Naim, as a data scientist, what were some challenges you faced at the beginning of your work, and how can one prepare for such challenges?
Sure, thanks for the question. So I think for a little bit of background as well, I'm a data scientist at Kodak Payments, which is primarily we are a company who provides platform to monetize digital solutions in the sense where if you are a ML player, not machine learning, mobile legends, we are a platform where you can buy items to pay. So it's a very cool place to be in. But in terms of analytics, what we do is we heavily look into how do we increase revenue, of course. So big okay, I'll break the challenges down into a couple of things. The first is of course the technical challenge. When you go into a new company, you end up looking into new tools that you may have not seen before. For example, in my internship, I use GCP as my cloud, Google Cloud, but in Korea we use a lot of AWS instead. So that's the technical adapt to trying to get used to new tools, trying to figure out which might be the equivalent, how do we use these new tools. So how I overcame this is nothing more than trying to get a hand to the team. If I didn't get the task, I would try to go through our tools, figure out how we work with our data, what kind of other software or tool we use, and just always be prepared on how to use them. Because if you at one point you get called on to use these, then you'll be ready. Another challenge I feel like going back to the point of what we actually do with data is we try to of course increase our revenue as a company. It involves a lot of understanding more than just our technical knowledge. So all of us who are computer scientists, we are very used to code, we are used to all the math behind it. But going into a company like Korea where we start looking at into human behavior and commerce. So I think an interesting analytics I can share is that we obviously work with time series based data where on a daily, on a monthly or whichever granularity you can see, we can look into how much revenue are we making, what users are buying from which title, from which country. So when we look into analysis like this, time series models, you can build machine learning models to try to predict this. But a big problem I faced was that we started seeing big errors in certain months. Without knowing why this was happening, from technical knowledge, you would think that, hey, my model's working completely fine, it's as expected. But when we went to our manager, they told us that once you start looking into the more human natural world about the data, it was because we realized that in certain months we saw an uptrend in revenue because it was seasonal periods. In a sense where people are just naturally spending more. You can't predict that. It's just that it just happened. So that was a big challenge for me to work on as well. And I'm still trying to work on it because it kind of means that on a day-to-day basis, your technical knowledge is one thing, but your understanding of the world, you have to start reading up into what's happening, what might affect your day-to-day and technical skills as well. Because, well, some things, if we are in the data science world, you think your model is completely fine, but there are, of course, external factors that can completely blow up your model. Like, for example, COVID and COVID can affect a lot of things. So these things you can imagine during that period, companies were scrambled to try to fix their AIs to adapting to what was happening. So these are the kind of challenges that I face, technical and understanding of the world in general. So those were my challenges today, starting off as a data scientist as a project.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Naim, for your insightful insights. So now we have a bit more time. Is it okay with you if I add a few more questions? Okay, cool. So shifting gears a bit, Miss Aisha, working in a demanding and in a demanding environment like TNP, how can graduates establish boundaries and maintain a healthy work-life balance as they transition into the work?
Okay, so basically what our moderator was asking is how do I maintain work-life balance because of so this is my also my first full-time work experience. So currently what I did to maintain a healthy work-life balance is to actually establish some kind of routine in terms of what I do every day. So I'm juggling full-time work and also during night I do a side project. So what I did is to ensure my weekends are filled in with non-work related stuff. So because sometimes we think we work too much that our minds are always occupied with working and all this work related stuff. So we don't actually take a break. It's important that we get out of our room and do things that's not related. I think that is a very important things that we need to do for ourselves first. So because I mean I know that we all have this perception of where we are still young and we should push ourselves and do everything because we are still young so we can provide our mental health and even our basically our mental health and even our happiness is important. So please establish some kind of boundaries, set a routine where you take a break every day, do something that you like. Maybe we can meet up with some friends to to help to have a more healthy balance. Thank you.
Okay, my advice, Miss Aisha. Okay, now, to all panelists, to wrap up our discussion, what advice would each of you give to graduates who are trying to secure a job in the tech industry?
Since I'm okay, so I'll start first. So I think I mentioned this before, but I think the most important thing is for you to join things outside of your university life. I think that is extremely important. Without all this, my experience trying to do side projects, join competitions, I won't be able to understand what I'm learning better or even like can apply it in my working life because university life is more on touching the conventional, the very basic stuff. But when you go to try to join competition, so for example, your data science students go to Kaggle, join the Kaggle competitions. Even though you are going to lose multiple times because it's extremely hard to get even a medal there, I know the feeling. But just join because that experience of the pain of not knowing things and trying out and doing things even though you lose multiple times. I haven't seen won anything, but that is something that's really valuable. Yeah. So that is my advice for all the graduates.
Definitely, getting exposed to actual practical exercise really helps with your preparations for actual industry level work. And I guess the second that is also like I mentioned is at the start, circling back on what's the networking, meet the right people, find the right passion, and then go for it. So I would say, yeah, when you want to enroll in that industry, make sure you find one that fits your passion and enthusiasm. And also remember that I want to say you, we are still young. And so you have that option of exploring different paths when the opportunity presents itself. So don't be too down when you get rejected by an interview or something. You can always look for more. As an IT person, I would say you have quite a varied option when it comes to the different fields you can play in. And even if you started working on something and you started finding a job, don't let that be the don't let your journey be a linear one. Make sure there's always branching opportunities wherever you see fit, and don't restrict yourself to one field from the start. Explore where you still can, and once you reach the age where you want to start specializing in something, that's when you should go and opt for that. But for the time being, I would say explore, and keep networking, and then find the right one that suits you after.
Thanks both, Fikri and Aisha, really good insights. And I honestly, in terms of advice, I probably echo exactly what they said as well. I feel like one of the big things about software engineering, yes, AI, is get your hands dirty. You need this experience beyond what you learned in class. I think to share some personal experience as well. What I was personally interested in after second year was web development. So I personally took front-end courses, back-end courses. So I can do full stack. I wouldn't be as good as I'll admit that. But to have these skills under your belt is really useful. So get your hand dirty. Aside from if, for example, you're a DS student, doing casual lectures is really great as well. But I think to expand and to have all these skills as a computer scientist, don't limit yourself to whatever field you will major in, but to have this general expertise will really help you in your interviews and in your industrial journey. And another thing is, I feel like echoing all of what they say as well, just don't give up. There will come times where, for example, if you're not the best programmer out there, you feel like you want to give up when you're doing simple things like first your assignment is to build such elaborate project per se. Some groups will look like they just do next Facebook and yours looks like something you built in scratch. So don't give up when you see people like this. They may have technical skills, but you may find some other skills somewhere else. Even if you're not, I feel like the biggest thing I want to put here is don't limit computer science to being just a coder. There will be a lot of good coders out there. There are a lot of good coders here, but it's not the entire field of computer science. I know some people out there who are fantastic project managers who absolutely hate coding. They don't want to ever touch code again after university, but these are the people who are on top of me as a data scientist, managing all these projects, managing all these products, and guiding me as a data scientist on what we need to understand and what we need to build. But I wouldn't have the insight that they do as project managers. And there's just sometimes here, they're just wired different. We're just wired differently as people. Some people can write Java until like 6 a.m. in the morning, some people want to sleep. So yeah, those are the differences, and this overall is going to be there. I think that's my takeaway here in this other class.
Thank you, Mr. Fitri, Ms. Aisha, and Mr. Naim for your invaluable guidance. So I'm sure now the audience is eager to ask questions too. So I would like to open the floor for Q&A session for the participants. So any audience have any questions to ask our panelists? Okay, I have two questions. So for the first question is for Mr. Fitri. So me myself is also SE major, and I'm interested in venturing into game development companies. And then you mentioned that your internship is at a game development company, but then after that, you switched into GuideWire, which is not. So I want to know your thought process on that, and also how did you secure that kind of internship as a SE major? For the second question, is for all the panelists, is how do you think CGPA is important in your resume? Because I saw all of your your results, all of you are first class honors. So I'm wondering like how important it is in the resume. And maybe like what do recruiters actually look for in a resume? Thank you.
Thanks for the question. We appreciate it. Yeah, I like the question about like how did I end up from game dev to insurtech. there's a short answer and there's a long answer to that. I'll start with the short answer, and that's better pay. So we're ended in Asia. But the longer answer is, I guess, so the reason why so how did I get into an internship opportunity? It was through something like this career fair we had at UM. But back then it was during the COVID period, so it wasn't as like grand as what we have right now with all the booths and all that. We had to open up a website during this career fair, and you have to click on each available companies that are opening their virtual booths, and you just hop in and enter a call. During that period, one of the career fairs, one of the booths was held by a company that I joined, which was, I'll just say the name, it's called Virtual X, the startup game dev company. They did games, but how their game works is that it's for industry people. For example, we collaborate with Petronas to create a game for the employees to train how to handle the power plants they have in the silos, for example. And it was interesting. And I enjoyed it because I'm a huge gamer. And I think that's the nature of a lot of SE people. And so I was very interested about developing games. And I enjoyed it to a certain point. But it was a point where I was talking to one of my seniors and they said, oh, gaming development is for the right. If you're in a multimedia background, if you're passionate about that, and go for it. And the opportunity probably lies outside of Malaysia if you want a better chance. Because game dev in Malaysia is hard to find the right company. So if I'm ever given the opportunity to work in a game dev company that pays well and it is an interesting challenge for me, then I would definitely go for it. But as of now, I'm presented with an opportunity to work in an INC, which is Guidewire, and it's quite flexible and kind of chill, and I still get to be challenged in what I like to do, which is programming. So that's what I took on. I decided to do a career shift. Actually, before I even chose Guidewire, I was deciding to I was trying to further my studies. Going to work was my first train of thought. But when you find the right company and you go through this interview, you find out, hey, maybe working full-time job isn't so bad. It can be an interesting thing as well. Because depending on what you find, you can actually enjoy doing that work. So, InsurTech has this bad notion that it might not be a fun or interesting thing to do, but if you can find the right place for you and you still find it challenging, then I will still go for it. And that's what I decided to do. And I haven't turned back since, and I'm glad I made that decision. So yeah, that's my story. I'm not sure if I answered the question. Did I answer the question? Oh, thank you. And then the second question was about. Okay, I'm going to go first.
Okay, so for the second question, first of all, I'm surprised that you stopped all of us. So, I mean, no, it's a good thing if you want to look at to try to understand who your CPAs are. So, yes, all of us are first class honors, and I think you'd be surprised at all of our CGPAs. But my perspective on it is not that important in actually. Of course, it's really nice to go into interviews saying, hey, I was in UM, I was a first class graduate, and looking at my CGPA, and look at it. But beyond that, after that, they're going to ask you what are your experiences? How do you relate to this role? For example, well, yeah, we did pretty well in university, but if you don't have that experience, they're just not going to take you. Because if they need technical abilities, they need more than Australia and us, then they're going to look at your technical section. Well, you can, all of us will do our resumes differently, but the way my manager looked at it, he looked at my technical experience, my internship experience, and he also asked about my technical section in my resume. So he just glanced at, well, okay. So another interesting thing is my manager. I work in a company that's completely remote. So I work completely globally with people from all over the world. And my manager is from Australia. He has no idea what UN is. So in that case, your credentials didn't matter to him. He just wanted to know, am I the right person for the job? Of course, it was good that I got a good CPA, but everything else throughout the interview was about how can I adapt to this job? Am I the right person for it? So yes and no. It does feel good to have a good CPA, so always try for that, but don't base yourself off of that. I know certain people who didn't really do too well in university either, but probably even have better grades than I do right now. So never base yourself off CPA. you feel confident with a good CPA, there's nothing wrong with that. But do what you do best, find your passion, as you would say, and I think you'll do well in it. So yeah, that's my take on it.
Yes, strongly agree with that. I would say CGPA opens up more doors for you at the start of your career. However, there's going to be a point where it doesn't matter anymore. I would say because of my CGPA, I have more I have more interviews to go for. But that does not, even when the door is open, doesn't mean that you can enter it. I think the only way to enter that door is through your actual ability to adapt in a working environment. What I mean by that is that how much of a fit are you in a company setting, and that's not a bad thing per se. All you need to do is prove you have the passion, the enthusiasm to further improve yourself. Because working in a company and proving yourself isn't a one-time thing. Once you start working for something, they will expect you to be in that company for the long term. And therefore, even if you're not really good now, if you are able to show your dedication, passion, and how much you are willing to strive to improve yourself, and they will still choose to opt you in instead of having someone that is, say ICGPA, but not really performing well within a team, or kind of selfish or has an ego within themselves. Then you're not really the right fit for a company, especially one that goes on culture above all else. So yeah, CGPA opens up doors at the start, maybe like the first few years of your career, but at some point it's going to be quite useless. You're going to start looking at your working experience and your technical abilities. So that's that.
Thank you, Fitri and Naeem, for I think they have stated and explained a lot of points that I thought so as well. But I just wanted to add on a little bit. I mean, like CGA is certainly it's not very important in terms of getting a job. It only opens the doors for you to get into interviews. Even when you manage to get an interview, it is up to you, and you're still alone to win the hiring manager in order to get that position. Personally, I've known people, legendary people in the tech industry without even a degree in the first place, and they managed to get even 6 figure salary before 30. So it's not all about interviews. It's all about your own attitude, your drive towards improving yourself, and proving to your recruiter that you can do well in terms of what you know. Okay.
Sorry, just want to add on to what Aisha just said. Yeah, I know a lot of people, it's like maybe 10 to 20 people who have less educated than me, but are doing very, very well, way better than I am. And I'm sure at some point they will be reaching a point where it's like very magnificent heights. And it's not because of their CGPA, it's more because of I can see they're very much hustling for it. They have that hard work, passion, and dedication of what they're doing. And even though they start from like a not so good grade, but they have that capability to grow, and that potential to grow is where that's kind of bring you far. So yeah, that's a very important thing to have.
Okay, thank you all panelists. So we actually have a few more questions from our IG stories, and I'm sure all of you still have more questions, but I'm afraid we have to cut our session short. So before we end, I would like to invite Dominic to give a token of appreciation to our esteemed panelists.
Banyak baju dong. So kita blok. Streamline proses. Mana ke baju? Ya. Can see you.
there's another one. Thanks. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. To all audience students, remember, navigating work life may have its challenges, but with the right mindset, skills, and support, success is well within reach. So thank you all for being a part of today's M&A discussion. If any of you have any more questions, you can ask our panelists outside. And that's it. Have a great day ahead, everyone. Thank you. So the next session is actually Barbie Impact, Women Do Wonders Impact. But first we have a lucky draw that will be held outside at Block B study area. So maybe you can test your luck and have fun. Thank you. See you later.
So I'm using this. Ah, prefer to use this one.
Yeah, I'm CFO, and I created this module that I call Grade. Alright, I combine all my experiences, knowledge, and also references from some of my friends about graduate readiness. And I started using TikTok and also LinkedIn, right, since 2021, and that. So UM found me somewhere from LinkedIn, right? And they appointed me as a female NMC buyer, right? And just end of last year, I got another recommendation to join Petronas Leadership Center. It's also because of
Test.
15 years anniversary.
Yeah.
Now. Today. Alright. So I'm so So who actually is supposed to be the first choice candidate? Who do you think? Not name lah, don't give me name. Perhaps someone category. Okay, what else? Who else do you think will be the first choice candidate for us to hire? Those with experience. Okay, sorry. I heard somewhere from here. Sorry? Experience. Do you guys have experience while studying? Yeah, lah, part-time experience. Right. So how can you be the first choice candidate because of your experience? Even you have experience as part-time, that will not make you first choice candidate. CGPA perhaps. The Chancellor Award winners. What about the Chancellor Award winners? They are no longer the first choice candidate. They already been reserved and booked by the organization before their graduation. Betul tak, sir? The award winners, they have been reserved and been booked by the organization ahead of the graduation. So that during the graduation ceremony, the MC can announce our Chancellor Award winner is now currently working with this organization A+++. It's a reputation. So who else will be the first choice candidate? You guys, huh? You all have equal chance to be the first choice candidate only if we are able to find each and every one of you. How do we find you? Out of 6,000 participants, how can we find you as our first choice candidate? Where do we find you? Huh? LinkedIn tu jawapan bocor lah. That's why some of you still don't have LinkedIn. If you say that that's where we find you, yes, LinkedIn is one of the platforms. Of course, there's a lot of other platforms as well. Career fair, career talk, industrial competition. You join any program by the industry, or you do industrial training, internship, protege program. Those are all the platforms where we are able to find you. Right? So in this digital era, the easiest way for us to find you is through Google, through LinkedIn. Right? Do you want to be found or not? If you don't want to be found, you don't have to come to this session. That's all. Yes, I know that some people, they just don't want to be found. They just want to do their own business. They want to go on silo mode. It's fine. They have their own strategy. It's fine. So you don't need LinkedIn, actually. All right, can we go to the next slide? So this is the opportunity. People found me on LinkedIn. So I would say, I would consider this as the best offer so far. I received an offer from Saudi Aramco. They are looking to hire an HR consultant, and they found me on LinkedIn. They give me, this is actually LinkedIn message from one of the Saudi Aramco talent agency. I did not apply for the job. Of course, I will not apply for any job outside Malaysia. I don't really like to go outside Malaysia actually. Okay? So, but they found me and they offered me a job. This is the power of LinkedIn. And not only this, next slides, I also received a lot of other opportunities to speak, to talk, to be interviewed, to be recommended, blah, blah, blah. There's a lot. This is just because it's a small page. This is some of the example. I already started using LinkedIn actively since 2022, 2023, and these are all the opportunities given to me, coming to me without even I'm applying for it or even looking for it. But I don't have any testimonial for others. I believe I can only speak for myself. So this is my real experience. So you can ask me, you can challenge me. I can give you a screenshot at any time. All right, so that I can speak for myself. Okay, next. So that's why I believe that you can utilize LinkedIn to build your professional network, showcase your expertise, and to explore any new opportunities. So whether you are in or out. Okay? But the question is how. You're using LinkedIn actually for you not only to create passive profile. Next, you can also create job and opportunity for yourself using LinkedIn, and you can also create your own content and your own personal branding. So that's what I like about LinkedIn. It's not only a typical job portal in which you just applying for job. You can actually create your own opportunity based on my evidence just now. You can also create your own branding. So how do you create all this? First, these are some of the operational tips on how you can actually optimize your LinkedIn profile. Okay, before we go to this one, you guys have LinkedIn, right? Half of you have LinkedIn, right? Can you open your LinkedIn account or your LinkedIn profile and go to the search button? Okay, go to the search button. All right. Any idea? Any wild guess? Kenapa your friend name tiba-tiba tak ada dalam your search result? Suddenly they disappear. They did not put that skill in the profile. Thank you. At least one person boleh tolong, right? Alright, so that's what we mean by LinkedIn optimization. It's about keywords, put the right words, put the right keywords on your LinkedIn profile. And I will show you some of critical LinkedIn profile that you must complete with the most impactful keywords. So first is your headline. This headline is the first thing that will be visible to everyone on LinkedIn. As long as your LinkedIn is public, everyone will be able to see your name and also your headline. When you commented on someone else, you like their content, or even you share their content, the first thing that people see is Pak Tamiza Ahmad, HR Television Manager, like your post. You will see that everywhere. So that's the most visible content. That's number one. Second, so make sure you have a very good headline. Next. Second, you must set your profile to public. All right, I think this one you can figure out. But one thing that people miss is actually to edit their URL. You guys are all computer science students, right? You must claim your URL now. All right, you can only do this, I think, using laptop, not using phone. All right, so that URL will be unique for your. It's like your website domain. It's like your website URL. So claim that, right? So the faster you claim your name, your URL, the more unique you are on LinkedIn. Alright, that's the second one. Next, what else? Craft a compelling LinkedIn personal summary. In most of the cases, when we do stalking, okay, HR or recruiters, when we stalk your profile for potential opportunities, we're going to download your LinkedIn profile. We can download your profile. Do you know that you can download anyone's profile on LinkedIn? You can convert it into PDF. Do you know? No. I thought those are basic. I don't have that slide ready. You can go to any profile, you can just download. Compared to Facebook and Instagram, you cannot download, right? But LinkedIn, you go to their profile, you can actually download their profile. So the whole important critical information will appear in the downloaded form. And one of the most critical information is summary. Because that summary, within only a few paragraphs, tells a lot about yourself. Right? So a very strong summary will actually help us to recognize your background, your skills to offer, and also your key differentiator. Okay? So as a student, as a graduate, you need to figure out what are your key differentiators. You are beyond your CGPA, you are beyond your discipline. What else you can offer? Because if you are only looking for computer science student, you can just go to the faculty. Hello, can you give us your top 10 students for us to consider? I think that's what we did with UC Malaya most of the time. Alright? But, so that's why if you are only offering your discipline and CGPA, it's not enough. So you can talk about your training, you can talk about your certification, you can talk about your part-time experience, about your project, about your skills, okay? About your product that you have developed. Those are your key differentiators. Yes, everyone have their own product, but everyone have specific, unique product to their own. So those are the things that you can consider as your key differentiator. Make full use of the summary to put your key differentiator. Next, what else? If you are clueless on how to write a good summary, these are some of the AI you can use, but my favorite is actually mention.com. You can just search for LinkedIn summary generator using mention.com. You just have to put it in the first box, describe yourself in a few words. You don't have to worry about your grammar and whatever. You just put the keywords on it, right? And then you want to make it, you choose the tone of voice. You make it professional, casual. You can choose your own style. You don't have to put in your email. You can put dummy email. And then you click generate LinkedIn summary. It will help you to create a good summary with the most impactful keywords. So the keywords you must know what are keywords that you must insert in the First box. What are the keywords? Itu I tak boleh cerita lah. Okay, I think we can talk about during the Q&A later on. I do not have all the keywords lah for all the career field. I don't have all the keywords for all the disciplines. Okay? It's going to be a very lengthy discussion. Alright, so this is one of the easiest way for you to create your LinkedIn summary generator. Okay, next slide. This one is for you to put, you are using AI just now, right? And you want to humanize your summary. This is a reflection for yourself. Look at the summary. Does it reflect your passion, plus your talent, plus your career aspiration? If it covers all these three, so you're able to humanize your summary. Because I've seen a lot of career summary, resume summary, LinkedIn summary, sometimes it's either too exaggerative, too superfluous. We don't know whether it's true or not. Sometimes it's too philosophical, too literature, like reading a Japan novel. No. So stay on the ground, check, do a reality check based on this. Passion, career, talent. Yes, most of you put your passion. I like to do this. This is my interest. But no one want to pay you to do that job. Okay? No one want to pay you to do that job. So if you know that your passion and your talent is actually, people look for, so that they can offer you a job, that will be your reality check, your check and balance, like I would say. Okay? Are we good so far? Alright, I'm gonna run through just quickly so that we can have more time for Q&A. That's all. Next slide. This is just some basic information. The first thing that you should do is actually to update your profile photo. Please. Because whenever I receive a connection request from a faceless profile, it feels like I've been, it's like a scammer coming to me. I feel like I've been stalked. I feel like I've been, kena skodeng lah kan. So please update your profile photo. Please use your face photo. Alright? Because this is LinkedIn. This is not your Instagram. This is not your TikTok or Facebook. Okay, normally I will just ignore any request with no photo. Right? Get a professional photographer. No, professional photographer is your friend using filter, using your phone. That's what we call professional photographer. This photo taken only using iPhone. Okay, I don't need a professional photographer. It's still a good quality. Look personable. Personable means we can recognize your strength, we can recognize your character. When you look at this photo, what does it tell you? Huh? Apa? Popular? Confidence. Other than confidence, what does it tell you? Polite? Polite? Huh? Sorry? What's that? Friendly. What else? Kaca tak payah cerita dah tahu. Other than that, huh? Professional. Alright. But I like the word friendly because as a speaker, as an HR manager, I have to be friendly. I cannot be an HR, but I don't want to talk to people. So this photo looks personable according to the career. So look at your photo, whether does it reflect your career or not. So as a computer science student, how your face should look like in your photo. Miserable. So computer science, so you deal a lot of coding and programming, a lot of tedious work, right? So your face must be as detailed as possible, not your face, your character, as detailed as possible. If you're very detailed about your appearance, then your job is also very detailed. You can't afford to miss any coding and any words pun tak boleh rosak satu huruf je, rosak the whole coding, betul tak? Right? So that's also applied to your family. That's just some inspiration. But any photos will do. If you put photo, make sure it's good put on you. Or else don't put photo at all. You don't have to join LinkedIn. It's fine. Alright, next. Next slide. These are some of the basic linking profile. I created this checklist so that you'll be able to score your linking after this. You get your profile and give a score. Okay. Normally, if you have more time, we can do the check scoring together, but you can do on your own. All right. So those with 10 marks are the most important and critical information that you must have and you must complete. Put any information. Don't worry, guys. For the first time, perhaps you are clueless. You don't know what to put. It's fine. It's a progress. Okay. After 1 year of working, after 2 years of working, then you continue to edit and add on other information as well. As long as you know, these are some of the basic checklists, right? And the orange color is actually the most important part. That will actually help the algorithm for us to search and find. And for the green one, we cannot see the color. Here I can see the color. 1 until 7, those are all critical information. 8 until 14, that will make your account more visible. Okay, so there are a lot of sorry. Yes, of course. That's why I said because it's a global company. Of course, they are very choosy in terms of the positions. Normally, Hayes, they will only Michael Page, they will only hire senior level position. So definitely you are not in their radar. Okay, so don't go for that global company. Go for Malaysian local manpower agency. I don't want to mention that name, or else I will become the promoter. Okay, then talk on lah. Okay, I will share. Actually senang je. Okay? You search lah, okay lah, this is check up technical services yang berhad. Check up, nama pun bahasa Melayu, check up technical. Okay? So then, when you go to their page, you will see all other companies in common. Then you follow lah, all these companies. You find one and then it will recommend you all other manpower agency. And this manpower agency, they are hiring fresh graduates. They are hiring entry level position. Right? So on top of the manpower agency, in most of the companies, especially multinational companies, we have a program that we call employee referral program. If our internal employees or any of the internal employees recommend or refer you for hiring and you get hired, that employee will receive some incentive. Sometimes it's a cash, sometimes you get some gadgets, some companies they give gadgets, some companies give other rewards as well. So how can the employee refer you for hiring? This excluding HR, right? HR recruiters cannot refer, or else I dah hire. I will be the richest one, I can recommend each and every one of you. So HR recruiters will not recommend, they cannot recommend, but other employees can refer you for employment. So you must stay connected with them. Whenever there is opportunity, we never know when they are actually going to refer you for employment. So LinkedIn is actually a journey, it's not one-off experience. You never know when the experience or the opportunity comes. You never know. Alright? So normally it takes time. Okay, next slide. So according to Forbes, job seekers, you have to embrace the hidden job market. Just by searching for vacancy, or you search for vacancy, search for fresh graduate, you search by keywords fresh graduate, vacancy. This one I searched a few days ago before I submitted the slides. I've seen all these, at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 personal advertisement looking for candidates. And I said personal advertisement, meaning that they posted the advertisement through their personal LinkedIn profile. They're not using the LinkedIn job, what do you call that? Job portal. Is it the job portal? Job posting. They're not using the job posting because job posting they need to pay a certain amount to it. So some of the companies they cannot afford. Every time they are hiring, they want to pay and advertise for the position. So sometimes they just use their personal LinkedIn profile. And whoever, whoever can see that advertisement, they can apply. And now even most of the companies, they are using influencers. They're using influencers as well. Like myself, they ask me to advertise a certain position. Okay, I advertise. And then they receive a lot of candidates. I have received a lot of recommendation from some companies for me to advertise the position. Only for those who are connected to me will be able to see that advertisement. Those who did not connect with me will miss the opportunity, I would say. So this is the hidden job market. The vacancies are there, but somehow they are not able to reach you. So you keep saying, why, what happened? The economy is bad, there is no opportunity for fresh graduate. No, it's there. It's just that either they are not able to find you or you're not able to find them. There's some breakdown in terms of the platform. Alright? Okay, next slide. So how to be visible on LinkedIn? Again, connect with your friends, peers, and colleagues first. Start small. Create content whenever you are ready. Follow the influencers, top leaders, HR. You can follow hashtag normally. I do follow hashtag fresh graduate. I do follow hashtag vacancies, job vacancies. Follow LinkedIn group. Set your profile to public and support others. Give comments from time to time. Okay, next. If you're wondering what kind of content suitable to be posted, next slide. Okay. Some of the content that you can start creating. Okay. Talk about your new skills that you learn, the self-reflection from your curriculum, news, book, blog that you read, real job hunting experience. I've tried this with my mentees. Okay. When I do coaching with them, I ask them to apply for a job and search for a job profile, for example, search for all the vacancies. And then they were able to list down all the vacancies. And they told me, Pak Tam, this is all the position that I found that open for vacancies. And then I told them, okay, good, you have all the information. Now let's post all that vacancies on your LinkedIn. What happened next? After they posted all the job vacancies they found, they posted as their content on LinkedIn. What happened to them? What do you think? What happened to my mentees after they posted that job? Huh? Have you tried that before? Whenever when you found vacancy or when you found advertisement, what do? Huh? Keep it to yourself. Or share with your friends. Hey, we have vacancy. This company is open. You share with your friends. But for my mentee, I ask them, go and share with the rest of your connections. Because the more you share, the more opportunities come to them. And that mentee specifically, she received 3 job offers. Almost serentak. And he has the power of choice. And then he comes to me, Pak, which one I should choose? Ada 3 position. It's a real story. You can find that. The first mentee that I have, Mastura, and second is Amaludi. Both of them. I coached them for 3 months consecutively. Alhamdulillah, they're able to secure a job. Not only secure a job, they're able to choose the best job for them. For me, that's a privilege. They are all fresh graduates. We only 1-2 years of experience. All right. The more you share, the more you will get in return. Okay. Next slide. Okay. And then this is another social experiment that I did with my. This is Mastura. Mastura is my mentee. We did this last year. I asked her to send. How many of you have actually sent a message to recruiters or HR? Have you tried contacting personally? 1, how many? 2. The rest, what do you do on LinkedIn? Huh? Ghosting orang. Do you receive any reply? How many? About 10. You contacted for this LinkedIn. For this program, is it? For this event. Okay. You call them for coming to here. What about job application? 2 or 3. You have applied. You contact them directly and then they reply your message. So they contacted you for job opportunity. Wow. Automated message. Okay. Thank you. Automated. What about you? Did you actually message to apply for job? Did you receive any reply? What did they say? We don't have any position. Okay. Personal contact. And then? So you approach you approach that person. But out of all men, how many messages you send? How many actually you get a reply? You only send 2. Both 2 you get a reply 100% I would say. Wow, congratulations. Right? Most of the time, recruiters will not reply to you until they find you interesting. Right? Your profile is interesting. So this Mastura, we did the social experiment last year. She received all this reply. Of course, it's normal. They will channel you to the job portal. They will tell you that there's no vacancy for now. But at least you are already in their radar. So to make sure that you grab their attention, in the next slide, this is how you should send a message to recruiters and HR. Do not send a very lengthy, long message and then you attach your resume, all the attachments. No, they will consider that as a spam. It somehow annoys them, all right? Because we already have a lot of emails to read. But now on LinkedIn also they have a very long. So it's a very short and sweet message. And why I keep it short, if recruiters or anyone lah, HR, if they are using laptop, LinkedIn using laptop, when you send that message, it's auto pop-up. Have you seen that auto pop-up? When it's auto pop-up, it will appear your first paragraph of your message. Even if they did not read the whole of your, even they did not open your message, at least it's already visible to their eyes. So that's why we send a very short message. And that short message must be very powerful. Somehow, like when you see WhatsApp notification, it's like, nak baca ke tak nak baca? Do I want to read now? Some message that you will read now, right? But some message are later lah. So the same strategy that we use. Very short and simple message that it trigger their interest and they want to open your message. That's all. Does it sound desperate? Does it sound desperate here? Any indicator that sounds like you are a desperate job hunter? No? Avoid that. Right? Is it convincing? What is one word that actually trigger your interest from this message? Which one you consider as wow? Aha. Wow. Ada nggak? Apa? BEM. Sorry? Board of Engineering. Okay, because you are able to connect with that. Okay. Anything else? Do you see the signature? What is the signature? Huh? Baru perasan. Your future employee. Very subtle, but it shows your interest. It shows where you're coming from and why you are sending that message. Because I want them to focus on your key differentiator, not your applications. Focus on your key differentiator, what you can offer to the organization. Because those are the pain points among the HR and the recruiters. They have a lot of problems to be solved at the organization. They have a lot of issues. They need people to help the organization to solve that issues. So they are looking for problem solvers, those who can help them to solve specific business problems. They are not looking for typical candidates. They are someone who look for job, looking for the no. They are looking for someone who can help them to solve business problems. I don't have to share this with you because your 4 years of degree, your lecturers have done a marvelous job. They know already what kind of industrial pain points that they are currently facing nowadays. And you guys have been equipped with all those knowledge. So this is the time for you to tell people that you can do that. All right, next slide. And then last but not least, use your LinkedIn recommendation. Okay, and that recommendation can also be used as your reference on your resume. How many of you put reference on your resume? Your reference, contact details, kan? Those are so yesterday. Those are so yesterday. Nowadays, HR, they will not even call the reference anymore. They can do their own background checking. They can do their own reference. Even some of us recruiters, when we want to check on your criminal record, we go directly to the PDRN. We want to see whether your certificate is valid or not, we go directly to the certificate provider. You want to see whether your degree is valid or not, we go directly to the university. We will not call your reference and ask for recommendation, no. So that's why reference on your resume works just nice to have, or just a form filler, that's all. Just a filler in your resume, okay? But if you use recommendation, make full use of recommendation, okay, who can give you a recommendation? So only two of you are using LinkedIn as your resume builder. The rest, how do you do your resume? What kind of format? Or not format lah. Where do you start when you are creating a resume? Microsoft Word, good. Huh? Open link. Oh, that's a software, is it? What is it? Okay. What else? Huh? Canva. Yeah, most of you use Canva. Please avoid using Canva unless it is ATS friendly format. Alright. And then open to what I mentioned just now, skill assessment. Take skills assessment as much as possible. Interview prep, you can also record your interview answers using interview prep features. And then AI will help to assess whether you are giving the right answer, whether your intonation is good or not. Right? And also you can join LinkedIn Learning. LinkedIn Learning is actually recognized by the industry. It's almost equivalent to your certification or trainings that you attended. Okay, next. This is Jam. Later on, when you receive this slide, this is actually the summary of everything that I mentioned just now. It's not to be shared today, but it's for your reading pleasure after this. Next. It's also your reading pleasure. There are some other hidden LinkedIn features you can read. Next. I think that's about it. Thank you very much. Please share your feedback and we open for Q&A. Thank you.
Can we have a big round of applause for the speaker once again? The generous support truly lights up our event and fuels our mission. We're deeply thankful for your partnership and dedication to making MYTECH Career Fair 2024 a smashing success. Mr. Nizam, thank you for sharing your insights with us today. Now, it's time to transition into the next phase of our program, the Q&A session. So this is your opportunity to engage directly with our speaker, to delve deeper into the topics discussed, and to seek clarification on any points of interest. So without further ado, let's open the floor to your questions. Who would like to, okay. You can come down here, yeah.
Actually, I want to ask about the ETS friendly resume. Because it previously said that Canva is probably resume. So how do we do the resume correctly so that the HR can do that
Okay, ATS friendly resume using Canva. I thought today is about LinkedIn. You done with the resume. Okay. My favorite apps or software to create resume is Microsoft Word. Because Microsoft Word is built for Word. As long as your text is actually recognized by the software, you guys are all software engineers, you know better about the digitals. As long as your text is recognized by the software, that's considered as ATS friendly. Okay? I have no issue with Canva because now Canva, they already have ATS friendly format. But those days they were using graphical, infographic kind of template. And those graphic, even though you put text, whenever you download it as PDF, it becomes graphic, it becomes image. And ATS will not be able to recognize image as yet now. Okay? So ATS is still reading text. So the easiest way you use words, you save as PDF. And if you want to see whether it's ATS friendly or not, the easiest way to check is you save that PDF as text.txt. Save as .txt, and then it will appear as a notepad, and see what appears on the notepad. If it's as seamless as what you write on PDF or Word, means that it's an ATS friendly resume because it's just ATS is just to capture the words. That's all. Right? So if you're using Canva, save as text. See what's going to appear on the notepad. Right? That's all. Thank you.
Okay, do you have any more questions?
I'm sorry, I think it's beyond time. Yes, please.
I have a question on your statement regarding if we were to find any job So my question is, in what ways can we insert the keywords? Is it just only through the skills that we can offer, or maybe in the tools, or maybe the current experiences? You know, there's part where we can have volunteers. That does it make a difference where we insert?
So where do you put all those keywords to make sure that you optimize your LinkedIn profile? The first thing is just your profile. Those things that I mentioned just now, cukup. That's enough. Your headline, your skills, your experience. I think we have that the checklist just now. The top 7 checklist. All those 7 checklists, all those 7 profiles, you must insert your keywords. You refer to the checklist just now, right? Cukup. But if you want to put that keywords in your content, in your posting, in your, I don't know, volunteering experience, so on, those are nice to have. Because normally algorithm will not be able to pick up that. But your content is more of branding, emphasizing your focus. If you're really good in programming language, for example, and you keep posting about programming language, programming your hairstyle, your dress code. So for me, for those kind of photos, do not upload at all, so that people will not discriminate you. We know you have your reasons lah. You want to be authentic. You want to be real. Yes, keep it to yourself. Keep it to your circle of friends. You don't have to tell others that you are like this, like this. Keep it to yourself. It's fine, right? So if you think that people might perceive you differently from your photo, so it's better not to put it. We are okay if you do not put your photo. The problem is when you put photo and it's not a good photo. That's the problem. Okay? And if you really want to put your photo, make sure it's the best photo, not necessarily handsome or beautiful, but it reflects your character. So that's why I'm suggesting for engineers, and they put photo, they wear their engineer coverall. You don't have to wear tie or blazer. We did not hire engineers to wear tie and blazer to do their job at the factory. No? Wear their lab coat. Right? I don't know about the computer engineers, computer science, what do you wear? T-shirts. So for us, t-shirt is fine. So normally just add on one piece lah. If you're wearing t-shirt, get a jacket. I think jacket is fine. I'm not even using blazer. Jacket is cool for you guys lah. It looks like, oh, you are cool. Look at who is your tech in idols lah. Richard. Okay, brother. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I think that's about it. Thank you very much to the organizers. Sorry, 9 minutes extra. I hope to see you guys again. All the best.
Okay, now that we are done with the workshop and we are also done with the Q&A session, I'm afraid we have reached the end of the session. Thank you to Pak Tam for your participation and valuable insights. And once again, we express our heartfelt gratitude for your contributions. We will now invite on stage MYTECH Career Fair Director, Mr. Lim Lee Jie, to give a token of appreciation. Once again, I would like to invite Pak Tam to receive a token of appreciation. Okay, thank you, Mr. Lee Jie and Pak Tam. That marks the end of our workshop and the end of MYTECH Career Fair. Thank you so much for your participation throughout this session. Do not forget to scan the QR code to mark your attendance. With that, MYTECH Career Fair comes to an end. On behalf of MYTECH Career Fair, we would like to thank all of you for participating in our two-day event. I hope that all of you managed to gain something from MYTECH Career Fair, and we hope to see all of you again next year. Thank you and have a good day.
Oh, you were streaming. How many? One person. Bluff.
No one can you do this. I you do this.
Bro. Fine.
Wait, how?
Oh, we?
Yeah.
Oh. So this is the end of my time. Mr. Finish it.
I'm going for the second level.
Huh?
Yeah, I'm
See how I if I can. I think I'll still got a lot of fun. Some friend I got some friend on the box.
Bye.
Oh,